Dear Mr. Minister, Excellencies, Chief Scientific Advisor, member of the Research Council, distinguished colleagues, guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you at the second Czech-Israeli Innovation Forum on e-health and digital technologies implementation in healthcare. My name is Petr Kaiser. I am Special Envoy for Science Diplomacy of the Czech MFA. This year's event we actually organized as a follow-up to the first Czech-Israel Innovation Forum that took place a year ago at these premises of the Černín Palais and brought together some of 300 participants. Actually, it was a two-day conference, but obviously for reasons that we already know, very well know, we had to transform the format for this year in an online event. I would like to invite Tomáš Petříček, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to deliver his welcome remark on behalf of one of the organizers, which is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my extraordinary pleasure to welcome all of you at the second Czech-Israeli Forum on Innovations. Due to the current difficult circumstances, our event should take place online only. However, we very much hope that we will be able to build upon the momentum generated last year by the first CFFE, as well as by numerous other activities with the involvement of Czech and Israeli researchers and innovators. This year, we are going to examine a specific area of research, namely healthcare, with special focus on e-health and telemedicine. The overall objective of our gathering is to boost this ongoing, mutually reinforcing cooperation in the field of research and development of new technologies. When launching this project as a long-term format, the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Embassy of State of Israel, and the Czech-Israeli Mutual Chamber of Commerce joined their forces in order to complement and enrich other existing formats and instruments. I would like to recognize and commend efforts of everyone involved in the preparations of this event. Although the circumstances are not very favorable, I believe that we will benefit from the participation of so many distinguished personalities and bright minds that are drivers of the positive change. Indeed, the ongoing pandemics that has hit our societies so badly is a strong reminder for all of us of how important, robust, and effective healthcare is for our lives and well-being. We need healthcare systems that can respond to our needs in normal times, but even more in times of crisis. It is obvious that in the future we cannot assure their efficient functioning unless we support and fully explore research, innovation, and speedy implementation of new technologies, namely digital technologies. In other words, we have to develop strategies how to utilize new tools and means of the healthcare, including capabilities provided by e-health and telemedicine. And we can learn from each other. New technologies should make healthcare more accessible, more efficient, and more patient-friendly. Clearly, a better interaction and secure online communication between a patient and his or her physician and other healthcare providers shouldn't be understood only as an ad hoc response to an emergency, but rather as a new important concept for the future. From this perspective, this forum hasn't been designed to discuss healthcare research and innovation solely through the COVID-19 optics, but rather from that broader and future-oriented perspective. Collaboration in healthcare between Czech and Israeli partners is already taking place on many levels and many fronts. This dialogue is functioning so effectively because we can rely on long-term robust partnership, mutual trust, and exceptionally strong and vibrant relations, political, economic, cultural, and scientific. This unbreakable bond of friendship, togetherness, and mutual respect between Czechs and Israelis echoes in these times, in these difficult times. We are sharing also valuable experiences and lessons learned on many levels, from expert level up to the policy-making level, as demonstrated recently by communication between ministries of health of both countries. The pandemic has put into the spotlight a number of issues that might have been on our radar screen for some time, but not properly addressed before. It seems that some processes that have been long overdue, speaking about my country, have accelerated for sure. We should benefit from this momentum and prepare ourselves better for future challenges and for emerging needs of our aging societies. COVID-19 has made it clear that the quality of healthcare systems and policies are important not only for the health of our citizens, but also for our economic and social well-being and life. There is no doubt that without taking care of basic healthcare needs of our citizens, which is an imperative in itself, we cannot ensure stability. Thus, new technologies and strategies to develop a more efficient healthcare system are indispensable for creating a resilient and prosperous society capable of absorbing external shocks and unexpected negative impacts. Ultimately, it is a matter of security, social cohesion, and prosperity. It is our conviction that we, Czechs, might learn a great deal from our Israeli partners as far as utilization of digital technologies in healthcare is concerned. At the same time, we believe that some remarkable knowledge has been accumulated at our universities that can be utilized quickly, as evidenced recently by the well-known story of, for example, Cornerstone, protective equipment and software applications developed in an express manner during the first wave of the pandemic. Let us therefore listen to new ideas and proposals, as well as to some examples, reminding us of existing collaboration between our two nations. The program of the forum is rather full in order to enable so many people with remarkable expertise and authority who gathered virtually to present and examine new possibilities and perspectives. I believe that the interest mirrors not only a broad spectrum of Czech-Israeli collaboration, but perhaps more importantly, the potential for the future. The Czech diplomatic service stands ready to play its part in this process. Tel Aviv was the place where the first Czech bilateral science diplomat was deployed. Research and innovation is one of the top priorities of our embassy on the ground. We will hear more about those activities from its head, Ambassador Stropnický, shortly. Let me assure that it is my personal commitment to see to it that the potential is fully explored, while I'm convinced that diplomacy is capable of delivering useful inputs and provide support to the benefit of all stakeholders involved. Based on the presence on the ground, Czech diplomats will continue to identify opportunities, facilitate and maintain contacts, and assist in cultivating partnerships. Obviously, in providing our services, We will count on guidance and support of our partners, ministries, other institutions and governmental bodies, but also research institutions and universities, and last but not least, innovative businesses. Finally, I would like to thank our partners, namely Ambassador Meron and President Smutny, for their tireless efforts and collaboration and for their contribution to this event. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I would like to invite Ambassador Meron, who will speak on behalf of the second co-organizer of this event, which is the Embassy of State of Israel in Prague. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foreign Minister Tomas Petříček, President of the Czech-Israel Chamber of Commerce Pavel Smutny, Ambassador Martin Stropnický, dear Israeli colleagues who are joining us today, dear friends, Boker Tov, Dobrý den, good morning. I am pleased to join you here for the second Czech-Israel Innovation Forum this year on smart healthcare. First of all, I would like to wish that the Czech Republic will overcome the current crisis and will able to be move around freely and to meet again personally. Due to the circumstances, it is important to share experience in the field of healthcare and to focus specifically on innovation. New technologies could be very helpful dealing with the pandemic by making the processes more efficient and easier for the doctors and safer for the patients. Our embassy here in Prague supports projects in the field of innovation in the Czech Republic, and I'd like to also mention the Czech-Israel Chamber of Commerce, CISOC, that is a strong partner in all our efforts here. Last year, there was an accelerator program between Technion is the Israel Technology University, and with the Czech Technical University, ČVUT. This partnership accelerator was called CIPA, and it will continue this program in 2021. At the same time, we are pleased to announce that a Czech-Israeli Women Accelerator will be established soon to support talented women from startups and develop their potential. In Israel, we have more than 300 startups dedicated specifically to digital health. The topic of smart healthcare became a substantial topic in the Czech-Israeli cooperations since the Innovation Day that was dedicated to this topic last year in Olomouc. And the field of telemedicine as such has become a significant topic during this COVID-19 pandemic. The coronavirus pandemic has fast-tracked the merger of high-tech with the health sector, leading to a health tech revolution that will come about much faster than it would have otherwise. For example, an Israeli-made system called CLEW, C-L-E-W, was approved by FDA in the United States. Based on artificial intelligence, it provides early warning on patients who are likely to experience respiratory failure or blood complications associated with COVID-19. Another startup is the Israeli NanoScent, which has developed a chip that allows electronic devices to smell odor, and it is looking to use the technology to help detect coronavirus. The test that NanoScent has produced would take only 30 seconds and could be used at stores, in hospitals, airports, at soccer stadiums, and would allow us to gradually go back to normal life. Lately, high officials of the Czech Republic and Israel have been discussing the developments regarding the pandemic with each other and have shared the experience. There is a great example of the Czech-Israeli medical cooperation at the highest level, and that is the recent pairing of kidney exchange that happened now for the second time in the past few weeks. Doctors from IKEM hospital here in Prague and with the Israeli National Transplant Center in Israel saved lives in both countries by this unique international transplantation of kidneys. In these difficult times, it is also good to have some good news. And good news is coming out of the Middle East. Thanks to the recent peace agreements Israel has had signed with the United Arab Emirates and with Bahrain. And just last Friday, it was announced that we are normalizing our relations with Sudan. Hopefully, even more Arab countries will normalize their relations with Israel in the very near future. Israeli and Emirati high-tech companies are joining forces to work together, including in the field of healthcare and high-tech. Therefore, I would like to see a triangle of Czech, Israeli, and Arab experts working together to make this world a better place. In conclusion, I would like to thank everyone for their participation and for the work that was done to arrange this special event. I would like to express my appreciations to Petr Kaiser, the Special Envoy for Science Diplomacy at the Czech Foreign Ministry, to Tomáš Jelinek from the Czech-Israel Chamber of Commerce, who works diligently on healthcare matters, and Andrej Bočkaj, who is the General Manager running CHISOC, and President Smutny, of course. I would like to thank my deputy Irita Mitai at the Israeli Embassy and Lucy Fredrichova, our head of economic department. I wish us all to stay healthy and take this opportunity to greet all our Czech friends with a happy 28th of October. Thank you.
Ambassador Merrill, thank you very much for both your welcoming remark and greetings for our National Day. And finally, I would like to invite Pavel Smutny, the president of Czech-Israeli Mutual Chamber of Commerce, to deliver his on behalf of the last organizer. Pavel Smutny, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Minister Petříček, dear Ambassador Meron, dear friends from Israel, from Czech Republic, we are here in empty hall of Černin Palace. It's sad, it's very sad view, but we know that you are now more than 200 attending this forum. It's already second forum, and I would like first of all to thank Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Petr Kaiser, but personally Minister Petříček, for doing this, even in such a difficult times we are now living. Nobody knew, nobody could imagine that debate about efficient e-healthcare will get so fast and so important under pressure of this dramatic situation we are living now here, especially in Czech Republic. Israel hopefully has a second wave behind, but Czech Republic is maybe now in full fire, and we wait the next days with really great concerns. The topic of e-health is for the topic by Israeli, so topic of e-health as a Israeli, very special Israeli program is known to us since a very long time, like 11 years already. Chamber of Commerce, which is quite strange maybe, is interested on those programs because we see the enormous potential in Czech-Israeli relation just in this topic. It was very difficult here in Czech Republic, and there were a lot of ministers of healthcare and administration. They understood technically the importance of development of this very important area, but political courage, political decision, and lots of obstacles among doctors in this field were the reason that things are going very slowly here and step by step. So maybe coronavirus, or for sure, coronavirus will be unfortunately one of important activators of this program for even for Czech healthcare, which is very, very needed. Our chamber, as I told, is active since years. So last year, really, as Ambassador Meron said, was a big success Innovation Day in Olomouc, where really we put it together, Czech and Israeli scientists, and unfortunately this year it will not take place in Olomouc, but we will make an online seminar as well, webinars as well. And also we were very active just in coronavirus time in cooperation with ČVUT. ČVUT is honorable partner of Chamber. So we were participating on Corona event, even financially. And now we are very much supporting newly born cooperation between Technion and ČVUT just in questions of coronavirus day after. So the questions of recovery of public, of people after, and society and economy as well, just after days of horror. So I think it's very important to tell you that we are happy that even in this difficult time, we can be together even by this form online. I wish all participants very interesting debate. There are prominent names, really. There are important people, and so let's take courage and let's take elan to push the things further, because it's very, very important. It's very needed for both Czech Republic and Israel. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the president of Czech-Israeli Chamber of Commerce, and especially for his encouragement. Thank you very much to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Meron, and President Smutny. Thank you. And now I would like to invite the head of the Czech Embassy in Tel Aviv, Ambassador Stropnický, to deliver his presentation on the Czech-Israeli bilateral collaboration in research and innovation. Ambassador Stropnický, you have the floor.
I thank you, Mr. Kaiser, and I say hello to everybody from Tel Aviv, Zeitung Street, the Embassy of the Czech Republic. And I'm glad that we are all having a chance to meet today, despite all the corona odds and difficulties we are all facing over the recent weeks and days. It's always better to speak and to communicate face to face than screen to screen. But also it is very important not to slow down vis-a-vis the conditions and difficult conditions we all have to face, and certainly not to stop. So the Czech-Israeli Innovation Forum is clearly a very important event in our bilateral relations. Today our meeting takes place, as I already mentioned, a virtual platform. Nevertheless, I'm optimistic that we will have a chance to meet in person as soon as possible. Since the main topic of this forum is health and medicine, I would like to emphasize a very concrete example of the cooperation between the Czech Republic and the State of Israel in this field. It doesn't come from the area of digital e-health, though from the real life. It has been already mentioned, but allow me to express and to present it once again. Just last week, the Czech and Israeli medical teams completed a second round of chain kidney transplantations, improving the quality of life of at least 6 people. The first round took place less than 1 year ago. It was in December 2019. And that's I'm excited that so soon the teams of ICAM, the top medical institution of the Czech Republic, and Israeli team has already become a fully functioning mechanism to save lives, and I have no doubt that they will go on in this very useful and fruitful direction. What do we exactly do as embassy? For us, the scientific diplomacy is one of the absolutely key issues here in Tel Aviv. No doubt, and no, it's not a secret at all. Everybody knows it, that Israel is one of the most innovative countries in the world. And Czech Republic, I'm convinced, has also great innovative capacities and excellent research teams. So it has been mentioned, but I repeat it gladly. We have a specialized diplomat only on scientific and innovation agenda here in Tel Aviv. And as you can imagine, the state sector and embassies included is always under pressure to reduce the personnel. No question of doing that in Tel Aviv. We are augmenting, and this very diplomat, and it's brilliant lady, Delana Mikolasheva, who is now with us. Hi, Delana. Who is taking care of this very important, even crucial field of cooperation between the two states. Prior to the COVID-19 times, it was quite usual that we would have assisted literally dozens of Czech scientific and economic delegations each year, connecting them to the Israeli ecosystems of universities, incubators, and various business partners. What have we achieved, or some points from the past and then some points oriented to the future? Over the last few years, more than 200, you hear it, 200 Czech and Israeli researchers met together just through specific workshops and the programs under the scheme of the Czech Academy of Sciences. There were dozens more from other Czech universities and institutions to whom we assisted to find their Israeli counterparts. I'm proud that we have our Czech talented researchers and students at the Weizmann Institute of Science, one of the world's leading research institutions in the area of life sciences. The Czech and Israeli research teams cooperate across all research fields. Just at this very moment, there are 6 large research projects running in the area of artificial intelligence and robotics, and in the area of clean tech, supported by both governments. Together with the Czech Technology Agency and the Israeli Innovation Authority, we also have a joint program in applied research named Delta II for Czech and Israeli companies. The next round for submitting the applications is going to be announced in May 2021. And there is a cooperation between the Volcany Research Center and the Czech University of Life Sciences in Prague in the area of sustainable agriculture and smart farming. We are also assisting Czech startups and incubators to boost their skills and experience in Israel through an umbrella program named Lead for Innovators in Israel. And this program will take place in Israel in 2021 with 24 participants from the Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia. Unfortunately, the corona times are making our diplomatic work much more difficult, as I have already said. But however, I would like to ensure you that our embassy and my colleagues are ready to assist all of you with your requests and needs towards the Israeli scientific and business ecosystem, regardless of the current travel restrictions. So do not hesitate to get in touch with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Stropnický, for your overview of, I would say, very rich bilateral collaborations going on, as well as for your perspective for the future. And specifically, I would like to echo what you have said, that the embassy and the Czech diplomatic service is ready to help and facilitate further collaboration and partnership in the future. And I think your team and yourself personally should be commended for your tireless efforts you have already done in this regard. So it is my extraordinary pleasure to welcome very warmly the Dr. Amy Applebaum, the Chief Scientist and Chairman of Board of Israeli Innovation Authority. I don't think I have to introduce too much Dr. Applebaum, who has actually 36 years of experience in research and development and innovation at a very senior level. We are very pleased, Dr. Applebaum, that we have you with us at today's forum, and I would like to welcome you to deliver your state presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Ambassador Martin Stropinski, Ambassador of Czech Republic into Tel Aviv. We are living through a very difficult time of the COVID-19, but every difficult time creates some opportunities. And we have to learn how to address the challenges, but also to take advantage on the opportunity that's being created. Israel Innovation Authority is actually a governmental entity that promoting innovation for economical growth. We are promoting research and development to bring them into impact, to make impact on a full economical growth. We do that by three main vectors of activity. We are supporting research and development. We are supporting technology transfer from academia to industry and drive it to economical growth. And we have a national plan for future technology. The government is actually involved in the field of innovation, primarily where we see a market failure, because we are strongly believe on private market and free market, and the government has to choose very carefully where we are looking into being part and where the government should back off. One of the areas that we see the significance of government intervention is to create a new growth engine in terms of what the economy needs and how you can come up with the next generation of growth engine, as I'm going to speak. And one of them is actually come to us as we see the COVID-19 in the sense of the life science. Then the government definitely need to be a part of removing a barrier in an area where you see that regulations and the other showstopper are slowing down the progress. In Israel, before the COVID-19 actually hit, the Israel Innovation Authority is providing support and fund grants to the industry where we go bottom up, whatever entrepreneur is interested with, we are evaluating and decided whether or not we invest. Israel Innovation Authority in 2019 reviewed more than almost 3,000 applications, but only about 40% were approved because we are trying to get the biggest project with the biggest impact on technology and the economy. The budget last year was $500 million, although this year is going to be about 50% higher than that. And we are looking and working, operating with some employees, about 140 employees in Israel Innovation Authority, but also about 200 subject matter experts who do the evaluation. In the international collaboration, which the topic of this meeting, the collaboration between Israel and the Czech Republic, we have multiple paths where we are collaborating. We have a bilateral agreement. We have multinational company collaborations program. We have a pilot program, and we have a binational funds. So each one of them is opportunities to collaborate between Czech Republic institution, Czech Republic industry, and the Israeli industry and or VCs or technology transfer. More specifically, we have a bilateral agreement with the Czech Republic, and we're also part of Horizon 2020. Both countries are playing a significant role in the Horizon 2020. The bilateral agreement was signed in 2009. The Technology Agency of Czech Republic and Israel Innovation Authority. At the time, it was a chief scientist. Now we changed it to Israel Innovation Authority. We had already 7 calls for applications, 35 requests, only 19 approved by both sides, and 3 of them were in healthcare, and I'm confident that looking forward, we will see much more projects in the healthcare. Also, the budget for that was about almost 3 million euro. Regarding the Horizon 2020 and collaboration here, this is a success story of super resolution microscope that gives better insight into cells, new devices that helping in cardiac death, 121 more joint project, and 34 research infrastructure, and so on. Again, in those Horizon 2020, about 1.4 billion euro is being invested. Israel Innovation Authority during the COVID-19 had to, what I called, change gear and do some shift in our activity, because early on in the February, March timeframe, we started supporting the healthcare crisis. We incentivized the industry to come up with solution in terms of diagnostics, in terms of treatment, in terms of disinfection, and so on. As time went by, we started to see the financial crisis because the economy was on hold, and we started to inject fund into the industry to make sure that those companies who have IP, who have the knowledge, will not go under the water because of the slowdown on one end of the capital raising, on the other end, revenue reduction. And then we also brought to the government the voice of the customer from the industry, and through the government, we funneled support to the industry. Last and not least, we are looking into future technologies where we see Israel can be a leader and share this leadership with the world. Regarding some company that we supported and we have been supporting, NanoScent, that was already described earlier. It's a sensor, a chip and sensor that can detect the COVID-19 by blowing air over the chip. There is a barcode diagnostic that can scan thousands of samples of PCR in one run, and also Picoday, it's another diagnostic system. So many systems, and those are only arbitrary 3 examples out of hundreds that we supported. The Corona crisis create also opportunity. because we have a large scale of unemployment like every other country. That's not opportunity to be unemployed. The opportunity is to take those unemployed and retrain them. And we are provided multiple training courses funded and subsidized by the government. And we're looking forward to increase the number of employees in Israel in the high tech by shifting their profession from what they did before the COVID-19 into the high tech throughout the COVID-19. Also, another opportunity that we see is very sharp increase in demand for digital health, remote health, much more remote diagnostic, and many more remote services. Many companies are coming. Some of the companies in the industry as a whole experience some reduction in businesses. But most of the digital companies actually see a surge in their businesses because the world become more digitized. As we sit now in a conference that in other days we would do it a frontal conference face-to-face, now we're using digital system. The last point that we see a growth engine is a bioconvergence, which I will elaborate in a minute. So the increased demand in the digital health coming because of the crisis that we see, the COVID-19 is just intensified the need of the world for digital health. We see much more chronic diseases, and the pandemic that we live through now will live with us, unfortunately, at least for one or 2 years, pending on the vaccine and its availability and people willingness to take the vaccine. We are seeing now much higher life expectancy despite the COVID-19, and that creates by itself a demand for much more healthcare services, and of course the price increase of the drugs as we keep seeing it. So those are the challenges that drive the healthcare much faster than what it was before the COVID-19. In Israel, we have a pilot program where we are taking product that is ready to be launched and to be tested. And in this pilot program, we invested more than 50 million euro since 2018. 22 million came from the government. We saw more than 60 applications that we approved, and 30 of them healthcare organizations. The different pilots that we have, one of them is diagnostics, robotics. It's reducing the health system overload using artificial intelligence technology. Another digital system using artificial intelligence is Zebra, which is reading X-ray and MRI system, but the system is reading it, reducing the load from the doctor. The last point I want to touch is the bioconvergence. Bioconvergence is a merge between the life science and engineering. And what we see here is a growth engine for Israel, because we have a combination of strengths on the life science academia, like Weizmann Institute that I've mentioned before, Technion, Tel Aviv University, Bar Ilan, and other universities. On one end is life science, on the other end is Israel's strengths, relative strengths in big data and artificial intelligence, overall engineering. And we are taking that into the area of more than $35 million that we hope to invest in 2020 and double it in 2021, both in technology transfer, innovation lab, consortia, pilot, R&D, and of course, attracting foreign companies and the joint collaborations. We're looking to have in 10 years to have at least 4 bioconvergence unicorn and a dozen of small and medium-sized companies. So there are opportunities. We have to together overcome the pandemic and then move forward to make the world a better place to live. Thank you very much.
Dr. Appelbaum, thank you very much for this really fantastic presentation. I would like to use the opportunity and follow on your presentation, Dr. Appelbaum. And I really appreciate that you see the COVID crisis as the new opportunity for innovation. And actually the new opportunities for the new entrepreneurs in devising the technologies addresses the long-term needs. In Europe, we talk a lot about necessity to establish a strategic autonomy in the new economy, and basically it's on ensuring that we can ensure that the production that is needed, for example, in time of crisis, is available on our territory, and we do not actually depend heavily on the global supply chains. In this regard, I would like to ask you from the long perspective, how we can ensure that the new activities, the new entrepreneurs will be able to compete globally in the long run. Would you like to comment on that?
For the entrepreneur to compete on a global level, there are 2, I call it prerequisites. Of course, you need a good product. Second, what you need is a regulation that will enable the new development, regulation that will support and global regulation, or collaboration, at least between those companies who share the same values, to enable those entrepreneurs to operate seemingly in Europe, in Israel, in United States, and hopefully, if all goes well, in China and other countries. So regulation is clearly one of the enablers. The second enabler is, of course, a fund. And I think the Horizon 2020 and what's coming up, Horizon Europe, is another enabler for the capital that required. And I don't think any entrepreneur can do the activity on his own without collaborating with other countries, with other brains, and investment that come globally. And I think the Czech Republic and Israel relationship could be one of the platforms that can enable all 3 elements, the regulations, the fund, and the technology collaborations.
I would like to proceed to the next speaker, who is the Professor Ondřej Slabý, who was recently appointed as the Government Commissioner for Health Science and Research, with the task to elaborate a national strategy of health research and to ensure coordination of all these efforts across the system. His professional background is medical biochemistry. So, Professor Slabý, I invite you to take the floor.
Thank you so much for invitation. Your Excellencies, dear distinguished colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to be here, to have a chance to attend this interesting and mainly very important bilateral meeting and to say a few words. In the time of the emerging global infection diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic, the need for the implementation of e-health approaches and telemedicine into healthcare is becoming more and more evident. It is not only about the COVID-19 patients and ICU care, but much more about the patients suffering from a chronic diseases for which access to the healthcare, unfortunately, is slowly becoming limited. On one hand, there is a limited capacity of the healthcare systems due to the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other hand, due to the COVID-19 fears of the patients, and consequently, their skipping of the regular checkups and medical examinations at the hospital. And as another example, we can mention their omitting of the participation in the cancer screening program. Also, the surveillance programs for the long-term monitoring of COVID-19 patients are very important to get all the long-term effects of COVID-19 disease under control. All of these very unfortunate points highlight the necessity of e-health and telemedicine for current medicine and healthcare. A lot of efforts have been developed in the last years to address e-health implementation at the national level, and many particular successes have been achieved at both levels, industrial and academic as well. Special programs and calls were opened by the Czech grant agencies and EU operational programs to support the research and development in the field of e-health and almost all aspects of telemedicine. In the Czech Republic, we have established the Czech National eHealth Center, NTMC, as a coordination and educational hub for eHealth. The co-founders of this NTMC were University Hospital Olomouc and Department of Internal Medicine and Cardiology at Faculty of Medicine and Dentistry at Palacký University in Olomouc. These two institutions still play a very important roles in e-health actions in the Czech Republic. In our country, we have also the national e-health strategy for the Czech Republic, defining the primary strategy goals, to support remote consultations between the patients and healthcare providers, to enable telemonitoring of the health-related diagnostic data, to enable unlimited transfer of the patient records and mainly imaging data to healthcare providers. And lastly, to create platforms to enable communication between various healthcare providers taking care about one individual patient. As an example, we can mention so-called molecular tumor boards in oncology. In concrete, we can mention several successful projects which are ongoing now, like smart and healthy aging through people engaging in supportive systems, so-called SHAPES, implementation of personalized risk prediction and prevention of sudden cardiac death after myocardial infarction, PROF-ID, or joint action on the implementation of digitally enabled integrated person-centered data JADE-CARE. So there is a lot of international consortial projects ongoing where Czech e-health experts are members of or are in the role of the coordinators. I personally believe that we can conclude that telemedicine and e-health have already a history in the Czech Republic, and we are not only a valuable partners for the international consortial projects, but also their competent coordinators. And it is evident, and not only due to the globally emerging infections, that there is an urgent need for international collaboration and the governmental support of the joint e-health actions at several levels. Israel is a long-term leader in innovations, including e-health and telemedicine. As it was clear in the presentation of Dr. Appelbaum, there is plenty of the reasons behind their huge success in innovations, including a very innovation-supportive environment, which is strongly supported by the governmental financial aids and incentives, and also the professional strategic consultancy support. From many perspectives, Israel is a very inspiring partner for our national telemedicine and e-health actions. And I strongly believe that events like a second Czech-Israeli Innovation Forum on e-health present a great platform to support the joint actions from which, as I believe, all parties will finally benefit. Thank you so much for your attention. I wish you a successful and professional, very fruitful event.
Professor Slavy, thank you very much for your presentation and for actually detailing the national strategies and also laying out the possible avenues for Czech-Israeli collaboration. In the meantime, we have received a question from Mr. Chvojka. Actually, it has been addressed, in my view, to Dr. Applebaum, but I believe Professor Slaby can address this as well. And it's a very important question of cybersecurity. Dr. Applebaum spoke about regulations as one of the important means to ensure a fair implementation of this new technology. So in Europe, this is a very sensitive and important issue. So I would like to ask Dr. Applebaum or Professor Slaby to comment on that.
I can start and then maybe Professor Slaby can continue.
Please do.
It's a very, very good question because the confidence level that we have with the digital system depend on the confidentiality, depend on the security of the system. If you would like to put your data, your personal health data online and make sure that only your doctor eyes will watch the data and not everyone on the globe, you need a very strong cybersecurity. If you want to transfer the data, digital data of your X-ray, your MRI, you want to make sure that the big file will go through the system very fast, but that it will be fully secured and only those who need to see it will see it and no one else. So cybersecurity become an enabler for all the digital health, because without cybersecurity, we will not build the confidence level that we keep our personal data, we keep, I would say, even this meeting that can go through smooth and will not be interrupted by somebody who don't like this meeting for whatever reason. And bad guys are in no shortage in this world. And unfortunately, there are some bad guys who try to intercept data. And I think when we start to put medical data, cybersecurity become not just something that's nice to have, it's a must to have. Without it, the whole system will collapse and will not be able to really help us leveraging it for economical value.
Thank you, Professor Slaby.
Okay, I believe that Dr. Applebaum summarized perfectly the situation. Maybe I would just add that it's not only the cybersecurity in terms of the protection of the personal data, but also the healthcare system itself, because we were faced in Czech Republic, as most of the Czech participants know, the cyber attacks of the hospitals in the last year, the one very big one in University Hospital Brno, and the consequences are just terrible. And I believe that the cybersecurity is the enabling and the necessary conditions to enable the digital health.
Thank you very much for responding to the question. I would like to invite Dr. Ruth Bízková to deliver her presentation. I would like just to mention that Dr. Bízková is currently member of the Research, Development and Innovation Council, which is an advisory body to the Czech government in science innovation. From 2012 to 2016, she served as the chairwoman of the Czech Technology Agency, and since 2018, she has been scientific advisor to the Prime Minister on issues related to innovation. She is an author of a number of strategic and analytical documents dealing with innovation. So, Dr. Bízková, you are invited to deliver your presentation.
Please give me opportunity to tell you several words in maybe a wider context, but I think that it is important. This context is important because it is proof that common projects and collaboration, especially between Czech and Israeli sides, is very important, and can bring a lot of new things and new results for research, and also for business, because it is very important, and there is quite a weak part of the whole research in the Czech Republic. So let me tell you at the beginning three things. One is how we lessons learned from COVID, why we need e-health, especially e-health, and why we are able to work together, what is comparison of our good or better or not so good sides, both sides, and then why it is necessary to work together, not only in e-health, but especially in this one, because it is content of this seminar. Please let me show you two examples from COVID times. When times are bad, things which have been considered impossible start to become possible. In the Czech Republic, a number of practical solutions have emerged on the basis of science, even though it is usually our weakness, similar to Europe in general. The COVID diagnostic method developed by the startup company Diana Biotechnologies is one of examples. More than 20% of all tests in the Czech Republic are currently performed in this way. It was based in 2018, and now it is possible to use it. So it is a result of COVID time. The second one, for example, is respirators FF3 developed by Czech Institute of Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics of Czech Technical University. Similar is FF2. Ability was developed by faculty of Biomedical Engineering, Czech Technical University, and it was started this using of previous results of research were started this spring, and so how to come from research and business is possible to see when you are in bad times, maybe said. But you will certainly hear more about them, about both examples, because two ladies representing these institutions will talk about it today's seminar. So from my side only, lesson learned. And why we need telemedicine? Maybe it is interesting for you. You can see Czech Republic at night. If you see borders, we have on our area we have only several bright places. These are biggest cities in the Czech Republic. Czech Republic is a country of many small municipalities. As you can see, the Czechia shines intensively at night only in a few places because the rest of the territory are small villages. 1/3 of the entire population which lives in them has always access to electricity and school, library and medical doctor are available here. We have a large number of small schools and the densest network of libraries per capita worldwide. A general practitioner has always been within reach. Currently, There is the same number of students and medical schools as it was 20 years ago, but there is a shortage of general practitioners and dentists and other doctors now. The qualification structure of medical doctors has changed, which is not the only change that causing their lack in the countryside. At the same time, we are interested in ensuring that the countryside is not depopulated and the Czechia remains a cultural landscape, because we don't have some special environmental areas. We are a cultural landscape. And digitization provides a great opportunity to bring services to the people and allow them to remain in their homes, such as in that village. This is one of region how to support health, e-health and telemedicine especially. We will not have practitioners in every village. And I would like to show you only two pictures, two figures, where is good comparison between Israel and the Czech Republic, and where is the challenge. It is very interesting that we are comparable in terms of population and GDP per capita. Maybe you don't know that our GDP and Israeli one is similarly the same, about $40,000 per capita in PPS from OECD sources. And the difference is only about $200 among us and between us. And we are comparable also in the total number of researchers. Around 75,000 people is in each country, and we are comparable in public spending on research. It is seen here in this picture, in this figure. Czech Republic is green one, and Israel is the fourth from the right side. So if we speak about expenditures from public sources, and as a percent of GDP, we are very similar. But where we are not similar is the whole amount of money gave to research. In Israel, it is about 4.5%, and in the Czech Republic, it is less than 1.9, about 1.9% of GDP. And there is the biggest difference because we are not comparable in total research expenditures in business sector, which are many times lower in the Czech Republic, in our country, comparing to Israel. And we are not comparable in the number of researchers in companies. Israel has much more researchers in business sector than in the Czech Republic. And there is maybe said from Czech side problem and opportunity to work together to make business from research. Our long-term effort is to support emergence of indigenous Czech companies based on research results. This clearly presents opportunities and challenges for bilateral cooperation, collaborating on excellent research and making research a business. And why and how to do that, and with what strategies on the Czech side, and from what sources. Maybe you remember, maybe all this of us remember, but I was also a small girl, speech of John Kennedy's famous speech at Rice University in Houston, when he announced the American space program. We choose to go to the moon. It was big goal, and the European Union has very similar big goal. It is the European Green Deal, and intend to become the first climate neutral continent, it is undoubtedly a goal of comparable size. For a country like the Czech Republic, with coal-based energy and a large share of energy-intensive industry that requires a lot of energy, this represents an even greater change. The unfortunate season of pandemic was surprisingly to some extent beneficial for us. It has confirmed that we are extremely inventive and we are able to do things differently than usual. The research potential we have today gives us a number of opportunities for such a change. The need to solve specific problems during the COVID-19 pandemic led to the rapid use of certain research results as was presented at the beginning. This experience from the crisis will undoubtedly be reflected in the further direction of public support for research. The big goal to become a climate neutral continent and to use digitization as the main instrument while facing a deep crisis caused by a pandemic begins a new period of support for research from the European sources. In addition to the European structural funds and national research support, funding for research will also come from the European Resilience and Recovery Fund. Moreover, support to the 3 regions where coal is still mined will be available from the Just Transition Fund. The aim is to make us one of the most innovative countries in Europe by 2030. This is the way in which the goal of the innovation strategy of the Czech Republic that was adopted by the government in 2018 is formulated. Logo of this strategy you saw on my first slide and will see on the last one. Subsequently, a new national R&D and innovation policy to 21 plus was formulated, and the national R&D strategy for intelligence specialization of the Czech Republic, RIS3, is currently being finalized. The new economic policy of the Czech Republic is being prepared, and the thesis of its current version for negotiations with the European Commission, it is the National Recovery Plan after the pandemic have been completed. It is necessary to say that also cybersecurity is very, very important as a part of resilience of communities, of research, of all things. And I am prepared to answer, for example, your potential questions by chat. Please not give me so difficult question than cybersecurity in medicine. It is a really important and very difficult question, and it is necessary to fulfill it, because if we use digitization as an instrument, it is necessary to be resilient, and part of resilience is really cybersecurity, very, very important, one of the most important. We systematically strive to ensure that the support of research by the state is heading towards the goal that the Czech research will have world-class parameters, will be useful for society, there will be enough people willing to invest the intellectual potential in research, and will have the appropriate conditions for it. Another thing is that the research capacities we have here allow extensive scientific work in which far more people can participate than before. The equipment of research institutes is comparable to other countries, and we wish that internationally comparable high-quality research would also be carried out here. We also wish that the scientific teams operating here would be international ones, and they become adequate partners in international consortia, especially for the Horizon Europe. A number of tools are being prepared for this purpose in the newly prepared operational programs for European funds, the so-called Welcome Office. It is very important from my point of view. It is support for incoming scientists who could work in the Czech Republic for a longer period of time and would like to come with their families is an example. The reason is that children need an English kindergarten and school, husband or wife jobs, all need social and health insurance as well as housing. International exchange, short-term work at foreign and Czech research institutes is also important for gaining experience and establishing cooperation across national borders. I'm very happy that the head of grant agency, Mrs. Valkárova, is with us, as I saw also Mr. Kocha, and they have, for example, they have a very nice program for supporting for young people, especially for young people. Of all the potential opportunities, I would like to mention the ELI Center in Dolní Břežany, which will become the European Research Infrastructure, ERIC, in the near future. There is a great opportunity to follow up on the discussions from 2017, when it was visited by Minister of Science Ofir Akunis, and due to the parameters of the local laser workplaces, there is still an opportunity to collaborate on a project of world importance. Currently, for example, ELIBio project is underway to use lasers for structural biology, protein studies, and new imaging techniques for the study of rapid biochemical processes. Another one project is under preparation. It is ELIVIR. It is strategic initiative for the future using a combination of lasers and electron microscopy with medicine and bioscience. It is another picture from ELI. There is, because it is empty. Normally, this area is not empty. There is a lot of people, but more people can work there, and not only there. And here I see a great opportunity, especially for bilateral Czech-Israeli cooperation. We can offer open opportunities for dynamic beginning scientists. Furthermore, we offer quite exceptionally equipped research facilities in a safe country. In restructured regions, an extraordinary opportunity exists to participate in new solutions that will be visible very soon. On the Czech side, there is undoubtedly the potential for cooperation for doctoral students, of whom there are currently about 17,000 at our universities and other research places, and especially for young researchers, more than 1,000 people complete their doctoral studies each year, and research capacities are certainly able to provide space for a wider range of young people. What we are looking at is Israeli ability to assert itself, not to be afraid to start again. We appreciate the experience of Israel in protecting intellectual property. We are reading The Startup Nation by Sonoret Singer, and we would like a similar spirit to transfer to the Czech Republic as well. However, it is all based on the meeting and cooperation of people of different knowledge, experiences, and abilities. We have a lot in common in history. Even today, there is considerable interest in getting to know each other and meeting on both sides where there is no threat of COVID pandemic without any incentives. I know that I don't have too much time, but I am at the end, but I would like to tell you my personal story. Because I think it is quite interesting also to the topic present seminar. About 3 years ago, I was head of Central Bohemian Innovation Center, and I spent about 2 weeks in Tel Aviv. We got acquainted with what smart city means in practice, especially the digitization of public administration services to people. By the way, it is a result of also of this journey is that this experience is reflected in the national concept of Smart Czechia, of which I am co-author, and this document will be submitted to the government for approval soon. It also includes a combination of social and health services provided as home care. It is not possible without telemedicine. We rely on e-health practices to be used soon for top-notch hospital care and day-to-day healthcare too. Everything is written in this concept, and I hope that, as I said, that it will be approved by the government very soon and used for European funds, especially for integrated operational program for regions. But back to story. One day I was in Jerusalem. I was sitting on a bench in old Jerusalem, looking at the map. Within 10 minutes, 3 people stopped by to offer help, and then it always turned out that they had visited the Czech Republic, or had roots here, or relatives here, and knew far more about the smaller Czech cities they visited than I did. So for me, it is proof that our common collaboration and common roots and history and connections, relations are very intensive. So I would like to support idea of developing a program of bilateral Czech-Israeli scientific exchange and long-term cooperation, especially but not only among young scientists. I'm sure it would be mutually beneficial. And as I said, there is an opportunity to do so in our national strategies to support research and innovation, as well as in the subsequent support instruments. In the Council for Research, Development and Innovation, I am a member of that, as Mr. Kaiser said. I am a rapporteur of several areas, in addition to environmental and agriculture research, also of promotion of good conditions for people in research. So should close bilateral cooperation be found necessary for both sides, I will be happy to personally advocate the establishment of such cooperation. Deputy Minister Doleček at the Ministry of Education knows it well, because we spoke about that several times. I think that there are special reasons for our bilateral cooperation, and that could be successful, helpful for both sides. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Bízková, thank you very much for your very comprehensive presentation, both on the national strategies related to innovation and innovation in the healthcare, and especially as well for your outlining the new possibilities for Czech and Israelis to work together via some specific bilateral programs. I think that this is a brilliant idea that could be utilized to tap into the potential for our collaboration. Thank you very much, all of you. I think it has been a fascinating panel, very interesting presentation, quite a few new ideas and proposals, and I think we can build on that later on.
Hello again. It's a pleasure to open the next panel. We have just heard in our previous panel from Mrs. Bízková, who was talking about the recommendations that she delivered to the Czech government regarding e-health. And that is the topic of our panel now, e-health as a cornerstone of modern healthcare. The topics that we'd like to discuss in this panel are digitization strategies as tools of improvement of healthcare and drivers of innovation, SWOT analysis of national systems and reforms, legislative and normative frameworks, possible pilot projects open to collaboration. We have top experts from the Czech Republic and from Israel, And I'd like to start by introducing Martin Zeman, who is the Director of eHealth Department at the Czech Ministry of Health. Martin Zeman has been working at the Ministry of Health for over 6 years, and his agenda has always been related to IT in healthcare. He is the founder of the National Center for eHealth. He has vast experience in managerial positions in the health industry. He was a Deputy Director General of the Masaryk Hospital at Ústí nad Labem, and he is the Chief Digital Officer in addition to being the Director of IT and eHealth. So, Martin, welcome, and please, your presentation.
I have a short description or summary of medium-term plans and strategies and changes in the field of eHealth from the position of the Ministry of Health in our country. So, for us, it's very important that we have a first eHealth strategy since 2016, approved by the Czech government. This strategy is based on 4 strategic goals and many specific goals and measures. The first of them is the increasing of citizens' involvement with self-care and prevention. The second is increasing the efficiency of the health system, then improving the quality and availability of health services, and creation and development of infrastructure and health governance. The priority of area in the strategy are the first 3, establish of strategic management of digital health, the second, establish of core infrastructure of digital health, and then the e-prescription systems. Then we want to get e-health standardization, secure health information exchange, telemedicine, national health information portal, and cross-border services. What was the important topic for us is to define the role of the ministry and of the state in the digitalization of healthcare. Our main role is to build basic building blocks of the digitization of health and care, and to specify transparent rules and standards to guarantee equal access to the guarantee e-health services to all citizens and allow fair competition to its implementers at the same time. Interoperable, trustworthy environment. We want to coordinate all activities of all players in the health sectors in the area of health systems from the point of view of e-health to build and create an interoperable trustworthy environment for all e-health services. E-health is a right, not an obligation. It's very important for us, but we have a lot of exceptions. Use of e-health services should be the right, not the obligation. All participants should accept e-health services based on its quality and usefulness, supported by digital trust infrastructure. Now, something about achievements, some examples of the strategy. What is very important from the COVID-19 point of view are our first digital health center services in our country. And first of all is the e-prescription. The e-prescription in our country is obligatory since 2018, and since this year we have a shared medical record as an health system. The second digital health service important for COVID-19 too is the e-sick leave. Since 2020, the Czech Republic transitions from a paper-based system to an electronic system for processing decisions on temporary incapacity to work. National Health Information Portal is the next service. It's from this year. And this is the health portal from era of the health digital literacy. The portal offers expertly verified information on diseases or the functioning of healthcare. It contains more than 1,000 articles, the map of all registered medical facilities, pharmacies, and medical clinics. It's connected to our registers. Coordination and strategic management of e-health. We established the ministry, the National e-health Center, and the role of the e-health Center in our country is coordination of the services, the design of enterprise architecture models, catalog of standards and standardization, maintenance of processes of standardization, governance of standard and terminology services, and other things based on refined US European interoperability framework. We built cross-border services too. The first was on June 2019 patient summary, European patient summary, as a first service of our national US contact point. Now in progress is the implementation of cross-border e-prescription and e-dispensation, and other use cases are the parts of the Horizon project XE-Health, where is the Czech Republic a very active participant. Current status of priorities of Ministry of Health. The list of our priorities at this time is we are working on the first Czech e-health law, and progress is the central project of central e-health infrastructure. We are ensuring cybersecurity in the entire healthcare sector. It depends on cyber attacks in this year. Organizational and personal coordination of use of public funds for the digitization of healthcare, including cybersecurity, is very, very important task for us, because we prepare the next period of European funds and special funds of COVID-19 pandemic. Development of e-health standardization, interoperability of health record means that we want to get the primary medical records in hospital primary digital, and it depends on the XE-Health project Horizon activity, and it's based on European interoperability framework, IHE, etc. Telemedicine support. Importance of telemedicine is different from the time of COVID-19 pandemic, as you know. So it's the time to organize the framework to cooperate for telemedicine activities, to connect it with reimbursement systems, etc. Digitalization of the ministry is the last priority, because we don't get digital health without the digital ministry. And that's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Martin Zeman. I really like the slogan that you have, e-health is a right, not an obligation. That's really a nice headline for all this panel. And I'd like to move to your Israeli counterpart, who is Mrs. Esti Shelley, the Director of Digital Health at the Israeli Ministry of Health. Esti, besides the Ministry of Health, worked for 14 years at the Medical Technology and Infrastructure Administration, where she was responsible for policies and regulations on new medical technologies. Ms. Shelley took over as the Director of Digital Health around 1.5 years ago, and we are really pleased that you are with us today. Shalom and welcome.
Thank you. First, thank you for the opportunity. I'm really happy to be here, and I was really happy to hear Martin's presentation about the strategy of the Czech Republic. And I will try to share with you a little bit about the digital health transformation as we see it from the Israeli point of view. I will start with a slide that I used before the COVID-19 pandemic, talking and trying to explain why digital transformation is not like any other organizational change. I was trying to explain to people why reality is exponential, and I think today it's not something that needs to be explained. We saw in the last months worldwide that although we prepared for the expectation in our programs were about linear, the reality was very exponential. So about the Israeli digital health ecosystem, I believe that you heard a little bit earlier in the workshop. We have quite a vibrant ecosystem in Israel, more than 500 digital health companies. This is on top of about 500 medical device companies. We are a small market in terms of population, but also in terms of number of players, which sometimes give some kind of advantage. And we have about more than 20 years of digital EMR. And we see also digital health hubs and incubators and accelerators that are acting in the healthcare organizations. I think some of them even talking later today. So this is the starting point where we were in 2018. And in 2018, another thing that the Israeli government done is took a cabinet decision of digital health as a growth engine for the entire economy and nation, putting 3 pillars of 3 very ambitious goals. The first one is that the Israeli healthcare system will be one of the world leaders in digital health solutions. Second is on the clinical and academic research that will be promoted specifically in the field of digital health. And the third one is that the Israeli digital health industry will be a national growth engine for the Israeli and for globalization. So this was the starting point where I started 2 years ago. Sorry. In our strategy, we are looking on 2 axes of transformation. We are looking on a system transformation and on clinical transformation, but it's all based on data. First, the data that is in the EMR of the patient and in many other places, but to have the data, it's not enough. First, we are doing research on the data. We are developing big data and algorithms, of course, what we call secondary use of clinical data. But the main goal is the primary use of the clinical data is to use this data wisely and for care. But in order to do so, we need to see first system transformation, which means to see new care delivery models. We are not just using or adding technology to what we are doing, but we need to have new models of care. We are seeing new collaborations. Sorry, I don't know what happened. We are seeing new collaborations, for example, with tech companies that weren't here before. And we are also seeing new skills where our caregivers and physicians and nurses need to have where they didn't use before. And all of that, of course, is done to have more precise medicine, and we'd like to see more human-centered care. So how we are doing it? The first thing that we are doing as government, of course, is policy. We are regulators. We are writing and developing all kinds of policies. I will show them in details. We're giving incentives for the digital health industry and the healthcare organizations in order to develop or to provide services in the directions that I just showed, which are in line with our strategy. And the third thing is sometimes we as government also giving some infrastructure to the healthcare system, where we believe that this is infrastructure that won't happen without us. So what kind of examples do we see? So if we're looking at it from the point of view of primary use of clinical data, when we are talking primary use, we are talking about using health data to deliver healthcare to the same individual for whom it was collected. So for example, to promote primary use of clinical data, we are just published policies about using of cloud computing in the healthcare system. This is a major issue that sometimes prevents from digital health technologies to be implemented in the healthcare system. Another issue about telemedicine, of how we are regulating telemedicine, what kind of telemedicine services we are providing. I will talk a little bit more about it in a second. Another example in the incentives is challenge tenders that we are promoting, and in infrastructure I will show in a second Israeli TAN, which is the Health Information Exchange Network. So some examples of, for example, what kind of policy we are doing in telemedicine. So for example, this is a policy that was published before the COVID-19. It actually said that it created a regulatory framework for telemedicine, saying that telemedicine services can be equal to in-person visits. And this allows the HMO to charge patients and to charge the also healthcare organization of co-payment similar to in-person service. But it also prohibits decrease in services. This was very important for us, so we won't see in rural areas that the HMOs are closing clinics and saying, you know what, your GP, your family practitioner, you will see him only in telemedicine from now on. So this is something that we are prohibiting as a government. Another example that I would like to share with you is the incentive part. Dr. Rami Applebaum was here before, and this is an example of pilot program that we are doing with the Innovation Authority that we are very proud of. And you can see that the concept of the pilot program saying that the health organization will be a subcontractor for the industry. What we are seeing, since Israel is such a small country, and Hebrew is the main language, which is not very common in other places, we see that if a startup company is not starting to implement their technology in Israel or piloting the technology in Israel, it will be, I wouldn't say the last market, but one of the last markets that they will work at. So what we have done is offering companies government funds to do pilots in Israeli health organizations. And we saw in a very short term, large number of pilots in many health organizations. And what is more important is we see how we are leveraging the government funds, and we are seeing that private companies are investing money in the Israeli health organization in Israel. Sorry. Example of infrastructure that we as a government are investing in is the Health Information Exchange Network. The picture that you see here in the presentation is of roads, because we believe that this network is like a government building the infrastructure, the roads between the health organizations. What it means that it really doesn't matter which ER or which hospital I'm going today in Israel. the physician at the emergency room can see my clinical record from the HMO and can know what kind of procedures I have done before, what kind of medication I'm taking, and if I have any sensitivities, and vice versa. When I'm going back to my family physician, he can see whether I was yesterday at the ER, in a hospital, even in the far north of Israel, and you can also see, for example, the CT imaging, if I was taking imaging at the same time. But the next step that we are looking at is to have open system of interoperability. We saw that the API industry changed many industries, like the tourism industry and the consumerism industry, and we believe that this is the next step of the healthcare system. And as you saw the growth in web APIs in the last 20 years in many other industries, we believe that we see it also in the healthcare industry. So what we are doing currently in Israel in this term is we are establishing FHIR community in Israel. FHIR is the open standard for health, and we work on specific clinical and operative needs to support and to build the trust between the community, the developer community, but also of the medical community. Another large and very ambitious project that we are trying to do is the terminology project, which combines also the policy, the incentives, and the infrastructure all together in one place. It's actually changing and replacing the building blocks of how we are storing the user clinical data. We need to do a really huge jump in Israel, moving from ICD-9 terminology to ICD-11 in SNOMED. This is a huge project that we are working on currently, and I believe it will be with us for the next coming years. But when we are talking about the research and the R&D, the secondary use of clinical data means of the use of clinical data for research, but not necessarily for the purposes of the specific person it is collected for. And in this term, in this area, we are working again on policy, incentives, and infrastructure. I will show you some examples. On the policy, we are establishing an Israeli regulation for secondary use of clinical data. We understand that data identification as a technical, let's say, border is not enough, and we need to have also a procedural and normative approach. And we are currently in the stage that we published a draft of the regulation. We got comments from all the industry and all the stakeholders, and we are now rewriting some parts of the regulation. I don't need to tell you more about the Israeli political atmosphere currently, and together with the COVID crisis, this is something that's a little bit postponed more than we wanted, but it's definitely something that's in place. On the incentive part, we understand that people want the Israeli healthcare organization to be part of the game, let's say, and be attractive for the digital health industry. We understand that we need to give them some kind of incentive to develop their infrastructure so they can be attractive for R&D and with the industry. And we built an incentive program where we supported 22 hospitals and 4 HMOs in infrastructure and human resources. Oh, sorry. Another example of infrastructure that we established in Israel is the TIMNA platform. TIMNA is the Hebrew acronym for Big Data Research Platform. It's also a touristic site in the south of Israel next to Eilat. And the concept of TIMNA is to establish a platform for researchers to have a secure virtual environment for big data research. We understand that this barrier of establishing the infrastructure for big data, this is not something that every healthcare organization is able to do. And we are offering the funds and the values where the Ministry of Health can help and support research, and specifically big data research. and this is how we established Timna. Timna today gives end-to-end solution that's available for all the health organizations. It provides services like data scientists, epidemiologists, the identification mechanism, NLP in Hebrew, and image processing. And we are also, as government, supporting all the regulatory aspects, technology, and policy. So what are the next challenges? And when we are talking about digital health transformation, I really love this Business Illustrator picture, because I can talk a lot about why we should manage this potential and why we should promote digital health, but especially after everyone facing COVID-19, we saw that this is was the major boost of using COVID-19. I talked today really briefly about the telemedicine services in Israel, but this is something, for example, that COVID-19 really pushed forward, and we just established a telemedicine Israeli telemedicine community with several hundreds of members. And we have all kinds of challenges that we still thinking of how to regulate non-health organizations. Maybe we should look different about the different stakeholders. And I would really love to continue the conversation as well in the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eti. Esti, your title of Improve Continuum of Care is the most important thing, what we managed to do with eHealth, and it's an amazing what you've been doing in Israel also. So thank you for this presentation, and I have the pleasure to introduce our next and final speaker for this panel, and that is Dr. Rachel Kay, who is an international consultant at Asuta Medical Centers and a world-renowned expert in this field. Dr. Kay has been an active professional in the area of healthcare management and e-health for over 35 years in North America, Israel, and Europe, and she has also been here in the Czech Republic advising. She provides strategic and international consulting services to a number of organizations, including Macabee Healthcare Services, the Gertner Institute for Epidemiology and Health Policy Research, and the Asuta Medical Centers. Rachel, it's a pleasure to speak to you again and to introduce you. The floor is yours.
Basically, in contrast to what I would like to focus on, as a lot of my colleagues have talked about all of the things and the what that we have been doing, I would like to focus my presentation on the how, because I think that one of the things that we can, as we have seen, there's a lot of similarity between our healthcare systems in terms of the structure of our healthcare systems, and I think there's a lot to be learned about how we got there. One of the things that I think should be said in order to explain where I'm coming from is basically I've been working in the Israeli healthcare system for about 35 years, and I was a very active, had the privilege of being a very active participant in the early development of the digital aspect of the Israeli healthcare system. So I think one of the things that's very important to emphasize is that the Israeli HMOs, or the Israeli health insurance companies, and their relative autonomy is one of the defining features of the Israeli healthcare system, including the strong competition among them, and that's really how digital healthcare got started in Israel. It started with the health insurance companies, and basically initiatives of the health insurance companies and the hospitals have been the main drivers for innovation in digital health over the years, beginning in the mid-1980s. And of course, during the past decade, the Ministry of Health has assumed increasing leadership at the national level, and I think Esty Shelley gave us a very good picture of where the ministry is and how they are pushing everything forward at this point in time. What I want to do is focus on the critical success factors at each stage of development, because I think this is something that we can share in terms of of our lessons learned, some of them in great pain, throughout our journey in developing our system. So I would like to sort of divide the critical success factors into 3 stages. the initiation and establishing of the foundation, the ongoing management, and assuring sustainability of the system. And I think to show, okay. So basically, when you look at getting started, and I think SC Gamke has also alluded to this, the critical success factors, I think, have been innovative leadership, commitment of resources, active involvement of key stakeholders, starting with clinicians. And I can't emphasize this enough, that the clinicians have got to be very, very active partners, because without them, there is no e-health. And this requires clear identification of concrete and compelling needs and the immediate benefits of e-health, and providing incentives, and of course, training and support is always important. And the example I will give you is of Macabee Healthcare Services, which was the first health insurance company, or HMO, to implement a nationwide electronic medical records. And essentially, we had a visionary CEO, and we made initially, already in 1987, a joint decision with our independent physicians organization to develop an electronic medical record. The implementation was cross-sector, and the electronic medical record, instead of changing the way doctors did things, was built to support their workflow. And we were very fortunate at the point in time where we started. There were very few electronic medical records systems on the market, so we were able to sort of develop one according to our needs. And the doctors were very active partners. They, for example, designed the EMR user interface. They said how they wanted to see their first screen. They designed how they wanted it to be so it would support their activities. The first doctors volunteered, and Macabee provided financial incentives. And once we achieved the critical mass, then the EMR became mandatory. Now, I gave you the example of Macabee, but basically I think a very similar process occurred in all four of the HMOs. And then once you get it off the ground and you get it started, so that's the beginning of the journey. The real challenge is to keep it going and to keep developing and moving forward. And so again, you need very strong supportive leadership at the organizational level and ultimately at the national level. You need a permanent budget. It can't be projects. You have to have a permanent budget. It needs to be a permanent part of the way the organization runs. You need broadened collaboration of all stakeholders, and you need to also develop a clear process and organizational structure for setting priorities, evaluating new technologies, allocating budgets for not only maintenance, but also for new development. And you need to build a very strong relationship between management, clinicians, and IT, which is, by the way, not natural. It's something that you need to work on. And you need to have, of course, ongoing feedback, and you need to evaluate your successes and failures. And sometimes your failures are a greater place for learning than your successes. But what you need is to have a continuous learning environment. And so I give you a couple of examples just so that you can see here the evolution of the e-health system in Macabee from 1990. And actually, if you see all of the things that were evolved over time. And of course, now in the last several years, as I think SC also implied, we have also then, because we've had 25 years of EMR, comprehensive EMR data, we've also moved into the secondary use of data, and Macabee has a very well-known research institute, which is pioneering a great many things, including a biobank. Another example to show how this is the evolution of the Macabee patient portal, which started off in the year 2000 as a website. It's now on the mobile. And now patients not only access information, but it's a platform for dynamic interaction, which has changed patients from passive recipients to proactive partners. And it now supports virtual visits, messaging, chats, e-prescriptions, and referrals. And another example is Clalit, which is the largest of the HMOs, or the health insurance companies. And for example, in 1999, Clalit, basically together with DB Motion, created OFEC, which was the foundation ultimately for Israel's national EHR exchange. It was basically the precursor of now the new EHR exchange called Eitan. But this was an initiation, this whole system was initiated originally at the HMO level. The next thing you have to deal with after you've got your management processes in place so that you can keep going is how do you assure sustainability over time and also assure the ability to meet future challenges. Well, one is that you need a climate that fosters innovation, change, seeing the future, and welcomes disruption. Organizations naturally hate disruption. So it's a very, very important challenge to create a climate that welcomes disruption. The other thing is embedding your IT in ongoing organizational processes so that it becomes something taken for granted and you can't live without. Competition and incentives and fostering champions are always very important. And another really key critical success factor is collaboration and co-design, making it easy for your users, both your clinicians, your healthcare practitioners, and your patients and caregivers. It needs to be easy to use. And then you need flexibility and adaptability and the ability to address unforeseen notes. And an example of that is COVID. And in a minute, I'll give you a couple of very specific examples as to what we have done. And another thing that I think has been alluded to by previous speakers is learning to partner with tech industry. In other words, the healthcare industry, the healthcare providers, the HMOs, and the hospitals need to learn to partner with tech industry. And ultimately, securing commitment and leadership at the top levels of governance is very, very important so that what we have, while the Israeli healthcare system was really created bottom up at the very beginning, now we are are moving for the appropriate balance and dynamic between the top down and the bottom up. And of course, ongoing training and support to all users is always important at every stage of the game. And I think my last point is that in order to assure sustainability, you can never refreeze. We talk about the change process being unfreezing, changing, and refreezing. You can never refreeze. The healthcare needs of the population, the rapid pace of technology change, the advances in medical care, and unexpected challenges demand a process of ongoing transformation and openness. And I think that the COVID-19 is a beautiful example of this. Within weeks, a very few weeks after we realized that COVID was a problem, already there were solutions in place. And this is just an example of the Macabee COVID-19 dashboard. But basically, they have put solutions in place to take care of COVID patients at home with using telemedicine and using all of the digital things that they had already the infrastructure for, which made it very easy to move quickly into providing the necessary solutions that would enable them to take care of not only COVID patients at home, but provide video visits for patients that did not have COVID but still needed to receive care. And so here's an example, for example, of how they built the video visits into the electronic medical record of the doctor. So the doctor can then have a video visit with his patients from his medical record. Another example of this is a hospital. And basically all of the hospitals, I think, had to do this, and you'll see some examples of this later. But essentially, the hospitals also, because patients were afraid to come and still needed to come, we needed to provide a solution, providing teleconferences and teleconsultations to patients at home to continue to care for them. And this was, by the way, particularly important in all of these areas, but cardiology and oncology were very crucial areas for this. And finally, I think that this kind of, when we look at what we were able to do very quickly, both at all levels of digital healthcare in Israel, both the hospital, the HMO or the health insurance company, as well as the Ministry of Health, I think it brings us sort of to the last kind of critical success factor, and that is we need to assure an ongoing process, always, of bridging the gaps between where we are and where we want to be, learning from our mistakes and correcting, and meeting new challenges and creating new goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Meeting new challenges and always trying to correct ourselves. That's terrific, and your experience is really vital, and this was a very interesting presentation. There's a question here from Thomas Jelinek, who is really the coordinator for CHISOC in all the healthcare issues. Thomas is asking both Esti and Martin Zeman, how big is your department? If you could tell us a bit about the work of your department in the Ministry of Health, how many experts work on e-health, and how many people are on your team. If you can keep it to a short answer. Martin, please.
We have 22 positions, and we are responsible for IT systems at the Ministry, for digitalization of the Ministry and other offices in the healthcare, for cybersecurity in the healthcare, and for digitalization of health, for digital health, include mHealth, telemedicine, and other things. So it's from the strategic level, from the for the healthcare sector, and for the operational level at the ministry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zeman. Esti, there are two questions from Miroslav Palat, who is the president of CzechMed, and Miroslav is asking you, Esti, about the cooperation between the state and private industry, and his second question is about the how we apply the medical technologies in Israel. So if you see the questions, if you could answer them both together. Thank you, Esti.
Yes, no problem. First, I will answer about how big is the department, and I think the mode of operation of our department is a little bit different. My department is 13 people, 13, but we are not responsible for the MOHIT or cybersecurity. We have the MOHIT and cybersecurity department, which is 350 employees. My department is responsible for the transformation in the healthcare system. We are not looking at the digital services of the ministry as a ministry, but we are looking and supporting the efforts that are being done in the healthcare organization, like in Macabee and other places. Each one of them has their own digital department as well. And we are, of course, working with experts, etc. Now, regarding the collaboration with the industry, we are putting a lot of efforts to, first, of course, to be in touch with the industry, with all the parts of the industry, from startups to multinationals, and the large tech companies like Google and the rest of the huge tech. And it's not very easy in many terms, and we are trying to make the regulatory environment, let's say, more welcoming industry collaboration with the healthcare organization. And regarding digital health technologies, we are, I think, in a similar position or state to what's happening in the FDA currently. We have the legislation or the regulatory framework in place, but it doesn't mean that it's very, very easy to use or very, very easy to implement. So we are trying to make it better, and we are looking very closely at what's happening in the FDA and in other places to make sure we will stay attractive for the industry. I hope that answers all the three questions.
Thank you very much. Rachel, would you like to summarize, say a few words to sum up?
Well, to summarize what we've done on the panel, I think that
yes.
I think that what we have seen is that in order to go forward, and I think as I say, there's a lot that we can do together collaboratively between Israel and the Czech Republic because of the great similarities between our systems. I think one of the things that we are seeing that's really important is the collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the hospitals and the HMOs. It's something where we kind of have to work together, strategize together, and recognize, although, that the implementation occurs always at the ground level, but it needs to be supported from on top.
So this has been a very, very interesting and helpful panel. I think we are talking about issues that in 5 years, when we look back, it'll look to us to be a bit strange. I mean, you look back 20 years and think about people didn't know what Google was. Today, people are looking at this as the newest thing. It is going to be the norm in a few years, where e-health is going to be something that every child knows about. We are started in Israel. Czech Republic is making progress in this field, and it's a field where we save lives. The better the e-health is, the more we save lives. And with this, I'd like to thank our three panelists, Esti, Rachel, and Martin. So, toda raba. Thank you very much. Děkuji vám.
The first panel of this meeting that we actually are about to begin in is focused on telemedicine and the innovation in healthcare regarding the telemedicine as a means to make a more efficient, more friendly communication between the doctor and the patient to explore new avenues for a better, more effective healthcare. I would like now to invite our first speaker, who is Joachim Fischer. Joachim Fischer is the head of the technological innovation and digital health, and he's an expert actually in business and financial strategy of startups and venture capital. He focuses on digital health and healthcare innovation, and I would like to invite Joachim to address us and give his presentation. You have the floor.
So I want to talk to you about matching innovation healthcare needs to the innovative startups on the other side. Briefly about Health.il. Health.il, where I work, is the leading digital healthcare ecosystem in Israel. It's a government-backed nonprofit. I'm funded by the Israeli Ministry of Economy. So I work with all of the healthcare stakeholders in Israel, which is the HMOs, hospitals, and also all the corporate entities who are interested in healthcare. And we work with them on a formalized process of understanding their needs and their challenges, as well as understanding how they work, and finally matching those challenges to the appropriate solutions, aka the startups. But not always. So the mission is to improve healthcare and foster innovation in healthcare by bridging the gap between all this buzzwords in marketing and the reality on the other end. So on one side, I have all these healthcare stakeholders, hospitals, HMOs, companies like Philips, GE, etc. And we do a deep dive to understand what they really need, how they work, is there cash, what resources do they have, infrastructure, data, etc. And then on the other hand, I put a lot of effort into deeply understanding the startups and what they can really offer, trying to understand what is real as opposed to what is marketing. And we all know startups are great at marketing themselves. Because we're governmental, we're objective. So people tell me the truth about what is going on, which is really important in order to understand what's real and what's marketing and buzzwords. I work intimately with everybody in the ecosystem, our governmental friends, the Ministry of Health, Innovation Authority, other regulatory organizations, but I also work with the rest of the ecosystem, investors, accelerators, incubators, etc. The whole point of this story is that the startup is the end of the process. I don't market them out. I don't get a cut from anybody. I first understand what the need is and why, and then the possible solution on the other hand. I'm not going to talk about Israel a lot because a lot of people have already talked about it. I will say that Israel does have a very unique confluence of a number of different factors that have created this wave of healthcare innovation in the past few years. Now, this is all great, but, and there's always a but. If I look at digital health from kind of a venture perspective where I used to work, there are three things that make a successful company in healthcare innovation. Everyone is trying to improve health, right? Otherwise, why are we here? But improving workflows and improving healthcare economics is a whole other matter. This is where things become difficult because Israel is very different from other countries. And without understanding workflows and without understanding the healthcare economics, there's very little chance for success. And on top of that, there's also policy issues that are different from every country. So I want to focus specifically for a second on the workflow and the process and the economic aspect, because that directly ties into the needs, which is what I want to share with you. Over the last 2 years, Health IL has cataloged over 1,000 challenges from healthcare organizations, some big, some very small. Last December, before Corona, we did an initial study comparing all the challenges to the startups in Israel. I wanted to compare how important or critical the challenge was on one hand, as compared to the amount of startups who are offering solutions on the other hand, by categories. This is what I get. This is effectively a supply and demand ratio. On the left here, I have challenges and needs that are effectively oversupplied. What does this mean is that there's lots of startups that are trying to address this problem, but this isn't a very critical issue for healthcare organizations. On the other hand here, I have things that are undersupplied. These are issues that are very critical to healthcare organizations across a number of healthcare organizations in Israel, but there's very few startups who are actually addressing it. So you can see there's kind of a mismatch. In addition to the healthcare economics and the workflows and the processes, there's also this mismatch of needs. These are oversupplied, lots of clinical decision support tools, lots of monitoring. These are issues that are critical to the healthcare organizations that aren't really being addressed. So if we were to do the same thing for the corporates I work with, we would also get this mismatch. I want to fast forward to what happened in February. We all know what happened, obviously. We were doing what we always do, which means in mid-February, we already worked with all the healthcare organizations that we work with anyhow to assess their special uniques and challenges regarding Corona-19. Over the month of March, at the beginning, we actually published this on our website and allowed any startup to submit a solution. I personally screened over 350 different companies, trying to match these needs during Corona to the startups. There were 8 main categories divided into 50 unique sub-challenges. These are the 8 main categories. This is during the peak of Corona, right? February, March, April, the first wave. I want to zoom in on one category for a second just to highlight something here. So if I just zoom in on this to show you this, you can see that a lot of these actual potential solutions are actually not related to technology, right? They're related to equipment, they're related to administration, they're related to operations. There really were only 2 specific challenges during the first wave of Corona where I can easily say, okay, here's a startup, here's another startup. But the overwhelming bulk of the things during the first peak actually were not related to technology. So during the first peak, there were many needs and challenges that actually could not be supplied by existing startups in Israel. Some were hardware related, some equipment, some supplies, etc. Some very specific. Not everything failed, right? But there were a lot of startups that already had pre-existing relationships with healthcare organizations in Israel who got a boost. But overwhelmingly, in general, there was a noticeable gap between what the actual needs were during the first peak wave and what startups were offering, right? And this, you can see it here. So now let's fast forward again. So we moved on into the summer months and COVID-19 became a routine, right? And the needs of the healthcare organizations changed. As we were talking about the peak crisis, there was a big focus on safety, right? There was primarily on those on the front line. There was a major issue pertaining to procurement and equipment. Obviously, a need for widespread detection and screening. But by mid-May, we were seeing a shift to different challenges, which looked like this. right? We had a focus on dealing with populations at risk. Secondly was ongoing management. And finally, a move away from the actual physical space of the hospital and toward the community in one way or another. This is where telemedicine comes in. So nobody really knows how this is going to play out, right? But the reality is that here is an opportunity for these digital health and healthcare innovation startups, right? They have unique opportunity to be part of this future, to potentially shape what this future will be like. But as I stated before, understanding the actual needs and the challenges of the hospitals goes hand in hand with understanding the workflows and the processes and the healthcare economics, which are constantly changing and are dynamic due to Corona. So in summary, there's a lot of opportunities, but as always, healthcare is extremely complex. It's dynamic. COVID-19 only sped up this specific trajectory, and it is still unclear what will happen in the future, but there are opportunities. It just requires really deeply understanding more than just technology. Technology alone is not going to be a solution to this.
Thank you very much for a really thought-provoking presentation, especially actually kind of reality check what actually is going on regarding the buzzwords, as you said, of new technologies in digital technologies in the healthcare, and actually proving that there is a lot of potential for future startups. And then I would like therefore invite Dr. Antonín Hlavinka, who is the Deputy Director for IT at the University Hospital in Olomouc, and actually will tell us something about exactly the challenges and threats of the telemedicine in implementation in this country. So, Dr. Hlavinka, you have the floor.
I would like to tell you about the actual state of telemedicine in University Hospital, the National Telemedicine Center in Olomouc, and we will talk shortly about some theory of telemedicine, but it is only 1 minute. Next, I will show some actual telemedicine project, active project in University Hospital Olomouc, and afterwards briefly tell you about some COVID AI tool which we develop in or have developed in University Hospital. Then I will show you some interesting pandemic survey, and last I will tell you about cybersecurity and other threats, and finally next steps in the way of telemedicine in Czech Republic. First, University Hospital is 4th largest hospital in Czech Republic. We have over 50 clinics, 4,200 employees, and also we are the competence center of Ministry of Health in telemedicine, known as Telemedicine National Health Center. First of all, what is the main reason why we decide to implement telemedicine in our environment? It's that the improving patient education. It's a first of all we found for sure that patient education, adherence to treatment, and better hospital management is the main topics of telemedicine in our university hospital. Now I will show you the active telemedicine project in our hospital. As you can see, it's I won't read it at all because I have only a few time. So it's main of this, and all this is monitoring of heart rhythm disorders, monitoring of patients with heart failures. We have about 30 patients. We are cooperating with faculty hospital in Brno and the IKM in Prague. Patients before and after transplantation, mechanical cardiac support. And now we are about trying to start with patients in oncology, in our oncology. This is the main way the main goal for implementing the telemedicine system in our hospital. And as you can see, diabetes patients and pulmonary arterial patients and so on. So this is the main topics of implementing telemedicine in the hospital. And we decided, in the pandemic, we decided to implement or develop the own consultation solution because of, for example, cybersecurity. It was the main reason why we decided to implement our solution. Because we are a hospital which is from last year under the cybersecurity law, so we have to be sure that all patient data are secure in our infrastructure. So we decided to develop our own telemedicine or video consultation solution. We can call via mobile web application. It is based on open source solution. The video consultation patient waits and decided to remember it's you can read it at all. What is the main reason that we have all in under our infrastructure? It's because the insurance company are not yet decided which will be the main way how to prove that the video conference is established. So we decided to make some screenshot or recording the short video of the video consultation. Okay, next step. The monitoring patients with heart failure is the oldest area of telemedicine in University Hospital. We started since 2012, and now we are connecting this on-site monitoring to our new telemedicine application, as I mentioned before, because it is quite old application, and now we are transferring all the data to our new telemedicine application. Now we can see how it looks like, what is the measures, and what we need the information from the patients. This is the main screen. And what is now during the COVID pandemic situation, as you can see, maybe we tested some temperature measurement and so on, and we decided that the temperature measurements proved to be less significant, and that's why we have this only for our information, and we help develop the system which have three main tools, and they are following the detection of the correct wearing of personal protective equipment, face mask. We have in our main lobby the system in state, and we can alert the patients which are not wearing the masks properly. We can detection the distance between persons, and then last we can detect the cough, because for example a lot of patients significantly cough alerts, so we decided to implement also in this environment. You can see that there is the main monitoring system, which is based on lobby in our hospital, and this is the map and the cameras. I don't know if you can see it, but they are the alerts, and the main what is the important is statistics of the system. So you can see there is the statistic of the alerts, and we can decide based on these alerts which should be the main kind of measures to implement in the next time. Next, I will show you some interesting information about patient surveys during the pandemics of video consultation, and this is statistics from the US. It's almost 400 healthcare professionals, And as you can see, more effective, only 11% is more effective the video consultation instead of physical consultation in the office of the GP, and 36% is the same effective as the physical stay in the ordination. Now you can see there is an interesting graph, this virtual visit. We can show that virtual visit is quite better because of time travel, of course, and in the overall quality is the last bar. You can see overall quality is 62.6%. Is no difference between the virtual and physical visit in the office of the doctor. So it's quite interesting. And the last statistics is overall, it's a view from patient, also view from provider. And also, as you can see, the length of visit is virtual is better than the physical, of course. And the overall quality of the visit, as you can see, is the same like before. 62% is the difference, only 12% is better, and 21% is office visit is better than the virtual office. So it's quite interesting statistic in the future of developing the telemedicine solution. Cybersecurity and threats, what is the main problem or main risk of the telemedicine implementation is of course cybersecurity. It's a worldwide problem, and now I will show you some few really high risk or the main risk of the telemedicine threats. In 2015, 1/3 of patients in USA were stolen personal data from the year of 2014. 18 million users at once, and total of 120 million during the year 2015. On average, 250 data leakage incidents are reported in the United States, and some close incident in Czech Republic. It was last year, the cyber attacks in Czech healthcare system, the hospital Benešov. The overall cost was almost 60 million pounds. It was some psychiatric healthcare institute, Cosmonosy, and the main attack was in the second largest hospital in Czech Republic. It was Benešov University Hospital. There, the cost of this cyber attack is up to hundreds of millions Czech crowns. So the cybersecurity is really important to solve. What needs to be secured? Of course, the patient authentication and registration. There should be the one identification of all patients. We are starting some infrastructure for this. IDRR and it's one registration, one authorization for all patients in Czech Republic, but it's not on place yet. Connecting telemedicine application to main hospital informatic system. The problem is that all hospitals in Czech Republic have different hospital systems, which are quite old, or mostly quite old, and there is a problem integration with telemedicine center and main hospital system. So there is a problem about the sharing the health documentation. Next problem is data transfer between application and certified devices. For example, devices which connecting via Bluetooth or via wireless, wired, whatever. Now there is from our risk analyze security. It was the main problem, security leakage, because the devices are quite obsolete in all hospitals. So it's the main goal to secure this connection and secure remote access to patients' application devices of course, there is needed of some local services because of mainly the old patients which are not so IT skilled. They have quite problems with the connection, and we have to support them. So that's the main issue of the problem telemedicine. How to get out of it? Motivation for patients are clear, but motivation for clinicians are not so clear so far in Czech Republic. We should uniform payment model for all insurance companies. That's the problem in Czech Republic. Let us financing motivation for patients and the cost of cybersecurity. Of course, it's main problem. Now we are developing some departmental CERT, some security teams, which should be part of the national cybersecurity network. As an organization, KIPNAKIT, CESNET is a Czech local infrastructure network companies, and we already established some HSOC, it's some security operations center for hospitals. And now it's about to operating. Tools for evaluation and benchmarking of medical devices. We as a competence center starting with benchmarking apps for healthcare. And it's also started this year, and now the COVID pandemic situation postponed this work, but we are about to start soon. And the extension of cybersecurity law, because we as a big hospitals in Czech Republic are under the cybersecurity law, but the other hospitals are not yet under cybersecurity law, because that's a problem, because when we start integrate all the EHR in Czech Republic, we have to be sure that all the hospitals are under the same cybersecurity law, and we can trust all the data which are connected through the healthcare system. And I think that was the last
Thank
slide.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hlavinka, for presenting some of the technologies of telemedicine, and especially addressing the issue of cybersecurity that was discussed already in the morning. Let me put forward one of the questions that have appeared already several times, and this is the question possibly to both of you, Joa Fischer and Antonín Hlavinka. How do you assess the collaboration between the hospitals and the clinicians, especially from the point of the willingness of the healthcare providers to work together with the innovators and provide the data? Would you like to comment? Because I believe it's a very important issue.
Yes, that's a problem in Czech Republic, because we have not yet developed the one standard for interoperability for the data exchange in our hospitals or healthcare centers and so on. So we are now about implementing some regional e-health center for Olomouc region. We are responsible for Olomouc region as a university, Olomouc. And we are now ending the public tender from the main supplier, and we are start the project next year, and we will finish it in 2 years. So I think it's already taking place, but the Czech, the Ministry of Health have to finish also the law, the electronic or e-health law in Czech Republic. So it's quite problem. Now it's not mandatory for all healthcare providers, but I think that we start the interoperability in our region soon, and everyone will connect, because we are the main hospital and everyone wants our data to get from all patients in our region.
Thank you very much. And possible Israeli perspective?
Sorry?
Sure. So, like everything, it's complicated. It's true that Israel has a generation of digitized healthcare data, but it's also true that there's difficulty, right? There's still data silos, there's still legacy systems, there's still economic considerations that need to be addressed. Israel is constantly trying to improve this, and even at the national level, creating a data lake with easier access. There are also very specific startups who are working specifically to address this issue of how to address data within healthcare organizations. So like everything else, there's the good where it's digitized and it's available, but there's also the bad. There's still complexity in really integrating and getting what you need and making sure that it's curated and annotated and relevant.
Thank you. I think we can come back to this issue later on as well. Now I would like to invite Ayel Zimlichman to give us his presentation.
So I want to share with you the story of Sheba Medical Center and what we're doing around innovation, and specifically as it relates to telemedicine. A few words about Sheba Medical Center. Sheba is the largest hospital in Israel. It's about 2,000 beds. On campus, we have one huge campus, as you can see here in this photo. We have an acute care hospital, a rehabilitation hospital, a cancer center, and a children's hospital, and a very large research and innovation complex that I'll tell you a bit more about in the next few slides. Sheba was chosen as number 9 in the world on the last Newsweek ranking, global ranking, in 2020, this past March. And of course, very proud of this achievement. And when we talk about the role that Sheba plays, not just in Israel, but also on a global scale, we see ourselves as setting the vision of healthcare in the future. And to do that, obviously, innovation is going to have to play a critical role. When we talk about innovation that enables the transformation of healthcare, telemedicine is maybe the one thing that probably will have the most impact. And of course, that's what I'm going to be focusing on. But also artificial intelligence is going to have a big impact on healthcare as we see it in the next few years, and virtual reality and augmented reality as well as robotics, whether it's surgical robotics or other robotics in the healthcare field. I'm not going to talk too much about the other topics. As I said, we will focus on the telehealth piece. But really, to get to the next level, we came up with this new concept called ARC. ARC stands for Accelerate Innovation to Redesign Healthcare by Collaborating with Partners. And it's about creating this ecosystem, a global ecosystem that shares a common vision of the future and works coordinated fashion to have an impact of how healthcare is going to look like in the year 2030. This is the whole idea of ARC, an ecosystem and collaborated efforts to move forward into 2030 and have an impact on how healthcare is going to look like. And specifically, ARC is sitting on 4 principles. The first one is the focus that is needed in digital health specifically. We know that digital health is going to be the main transformation agent for the next 10 years, much like the telecommunication industry has gone through transformation and the banking industry and other industries. Healthcare itself will undergo tremendous changes in the next 10 years, led through digital health innovation. So this is what ARC is focusing on. The second is open innovation, meaning that we work together with the industry, we work together with startup companies to make that lasting footprint and changes in healthcare. And open innovation is something that we practice every day, working with our startup companies, turning Sheba Medical Center into a startup-friendly environment, and so on. The third is international collaborations, understanding that no one organization, regardless of how big the organization is, no one organization will be able to have a big impact on healthcare. We're going to have to work together in a collaboration, in an ecosystem. And of course, this has to be international because this is where we can contribute more value to the whole ecosystem. And finally, it's about the innovation infrastructure, the infrastructure that is needed whether it's physical infrastructure, like what you're seeing here, which is the innovation complex we're now building on our campus, infrastructure in terms of data infrastructure. Data was just mentioned, and data is not enough that you have a lot of data. The right infrastructure has to be in place. And of course, infrastructure in terms of policy and regulation that govern innovation and speed innovation forward. As I said, digital health, ARC is actually focusing on these 6 areas, from big data and artificial intelligence to augmented reality and virtual reality, to the operating room of the future, telemedicine, rehab, and personalized medicine. Each one of those is called a hub. We have 6 ARC hubs, and they basically contribute to the innovation that is coming out of ARC. And as you look at the entire ARC network, you see these are the members of ARC, starting from the international collaborations, the leading healthcare systems in the world, from Mayo Clinic to Mount Sinai in New York, to Brigham and Mass General in Boston, and Cedars-Sinai in Los Angeles, and Sunnybrook in Toronto, and McGill in Montreal. And also a bit in Europe, we have in Zurich, the Zurich University Hospital and the hospital in Denmark that are a part of ARC already. We have the corporate strategic partners, the large organizations like Microsoft and Boston Scientific and Merck and AstraZeneca and others. We have about 50 startup companies that are ARC members, and of course our academic members, the universities and many of the colleges here in Israel. And as we talk about telemedicine, as I mentioned, which is one of our focus points at ARC, we're looking at telemedicine in terms of 3 major areas. One is acute care, the second is chronic disease management, the third is rehabilitation. When we talk about acute care, we're doing a lot of efforts, and I will say a few words about that, around hospital at home, both on the medicine front as well as psychiatric. And this is a whole new concept of hospital at home that I'll share with you in a minute. On chronic disease management, we're implementing a new approach called MICA, Managed Integrated Continuous Care Application, utilizing a multidisciplinary approach, but also very high use of innovative technology to allow us to monitor patients, artificial intelligence, and so on, when patients are in their natural environments around home and work. And finally, rehabilitation, where we're doing a lot of work with telerehabilitation and also specifically with telecardiac rehabilitation. I want to have time to go through all of these examples, but I do want to focus at least on the hospital at home, where we think we have a very untraditional model. So when we talk about traditional hospitals, we know about the shortage of beds, at least in Israel and in some other countries as well. We have cases where we have to hospitalize patients in the hallways, as you see in this photo. But we're looking to transition in the next few months and years to hybrid hospitals. What do we mean by hybrid hospitals? The hospital basically will have both physical beds as well as virtual beds. This is the hybrid model. If you think about one internal medicine ward, for example, the internal medicine ward could have 16 physical beds and 16 virtual beds. The same staff would care for both, relying on department medical staff who are going to care through telemedicine on patients hospitalized in the virtual beds at home. Nursing services will be provided by home services companies, because we're not going to send our nurses outside of the hospital, telemedicine-based services, so that doctors can stay in the hospital and care from afar to patients. This would maintain the continuity of care within the hospitalization, because patients could transition from a virtual bed to a real physical bed and so on, and hospital services extended. Everything that the hospital can do inpatient, most of that can be extended outpatient, whether it's consults or other services that hospitals would have. The technology solutions to allow that to happen needs to have 3 areas of solutions. One is communication, of course. We have to be able to communicate. The second is monitoring. We need to be able to monitor the patients at home. And the third is physical examination. How can we have the doctors in the hospital perform physical examination for patients who are at their own home? This is where this technology comes into play. Technology like Title Care, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, that allows our doctors in the hospitals, like they're already doing right now, to examine patients and perform the rounds, the traditional inpatient rounds, virtually, where the patient is at home and the doctor is examining the patient at home. Monitoring technology like EarlySense, we see here in this photo, allowing us to continuously monitor patients at home and alert us ahead of time if the patient is deteriorating, that we might need to bring him into the hospital as it's not a safe enough environment at the home. And communication technology as well, including our Datos application, which is the application on top of which this whole solution is built on top of our communication channels, and also collecting vital signs through this app and displaying the information to the doctors and nurses. So this is the model we've been practicing for a while, but Corona obviously came along, COVID came along a couple of months ago, around March, and we were very quick to respond at Sheba and at ARC to the COVID crisis, because we already had this model up front. We had a lot of telemedicine solutions already in place. And as you can see maybe in this piece from one of the websites, Israel's Sheba unveils first known coronavirus telemedicine program. You'll notice the date is February 5, really early on in the pandemic, before the first patients came to Israel even. So this is where we started working with telemedicine on COVID. And again, I don't have time to share with you the whole scope, but just to give you a bit of a taste of what happened. This is, for example, our teletent. It's actually a tent, as you can see in these photos. And we use this as sort of a control room to manage all of our telemedicine efforts, both outside of the hospital and within the hospital, because we had many telemedicine efforts inside the hospitals to allow us to minimize contact between staff and patient. This was all done through this teletent. The zero-touch telemedicine toolkit used, again, the technology to send to patients at home, you'll see it in a second, and have patients with mild disease be hospitalized at home so that we're not clogging hospitals with more patients than we can handle. This is Dr. Gadi Segal, the head of our first Corona unit, who is actually performing a physical examination on a patient hospitalized inside the Corona unit, but without needing to go in and examine him at the bedside to minimize contact with the staff. This is one way that we were doing this, and many of the doctors were first exposed to this type of technology and were very much impressed by the ability of technology like Taito and EarlySense and others to provide them with the information they need to really take care of the patients, just like as they're at the hospital and at the bedside of the hospital. This is our telekit that we had patients hospitalized at home using these types of technologies. And the telekit was delivered to a patient home, placed on the doorstep. The patient would take it in, open the case. There would be information and instructions how to use the technology, and then obviously the hospitalization at home would commence for 3-4 days, and everything was fine. The patient was then discharged, and the kit would be coming back to the hospital where it's sterilized and sent to the next patient. So really, in a very short while, I try to give you a glimpse of some of the activities we had both before COVID and outside of COVID, and also within COVID. Of course, this is really just a taste, and I'll be happy to follow up with any questions asked, or if people are interested, they can email me, and happy to follow up with anyone. Thank you very much.
Dr. Zernichman, thank you very much for very interesting presentation indeed. As you highlighted, it's important for everyone to work together, even internationally, to be able to address the various needs in terms of implementing the new technologies in telemedicine. And I would like to actually follow on this remark and invite Dr. Ivona Angerova, who is actually the head of clinical rehabilitation medicine at General University Hospital in Prague, who will tell us something about concrete proposal that is actually building on collaboration between her hospital and Sheba. Actually, it was conceived during the communication between the two large providers. So, Dr. Angerova, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. It's a pleasure and also a big honor for me. And I would like to speak about neurorehabilitation, which I think is a very important part of, or could be a very important part of telemedicine. This is our hospital, the General Teaching Hospital in Prague, which is very closely connected with the first faculty of medicine, Charles University. You see the building of our department, and these are the buildings of the hospital, which was founded almost 230 years ago. We have different parts of our department, but we are mainly interested in neurorehabilitation. Neurorehabilitation is a part of rehabilitation which deals with patients after neurologic problems. And you know that, for example, stroke is a very leading cause of disability all over the world. So in this case, neurorehabilitation is very, very important. It is a long-term process, and we need multidisciplinary or interprofessional teams. Brain damage after stroke or traumatic brain injury is connected with several impairments: physical, cognitive, sensitive, sensoric, speech impairment, and psychiatric impairment. So that's why the interprofessional teams are needed. The main partners in the team are physician, speech therapist, psychologist, occupational therapist, physiotherapists, but it could be much more people. And these people must cooperate between each other, which could be done also using some telemedicine instruments. But what is very important is that rehabilitation of these people is quite a long process, and we don't have so many facilities, so telerehabilitation can help us, and patients will be able to do everyday rehabilitation. This is very important. I've been to your hospital, to Sheba Hospital, in 2017 in the framework of Erasmus cooperation between teachers and students of our universities. This picture was very encouraging for me when I came to Israel and to Sheba. You may ask why. It's because rehabilitation hospital is on the same level as General Hospital or Children's Hospital and the others. In Czech Republic, rehabilitation is still not so important, or many people think that it's not so important. So the prestige of rehabilitation in Israel is much, much higher than here in Czech Republic. So it's very nice to see such a place as Sheba was, where you have a very modern and very nice rehabilitation hospital full of many technological devices. And I have met Professor Gabi Zelig, who is a director of Department of Neurological Rehabilitation and the Spinal Cord National Rehabilitation Unit. He was in a close connection with my former chief, Professor Švestkova, and they founded this collaboration during this Erasmus project. Professor Zelig is a perfect clinician, but also researcher. He had a lot of research articles which are connected with telerehabilitation, with virtual reality, and so on. From the point of view of telemedicine, telerehabilitation is a small part, as we have seen in another slides. And it is said that it's the use of telecommunication by either direct video or audio to deliver rehabilitative interventions. And as you have seen, that rehabilitation of people after brain damage needs a lot of professionals. So we must deliver different rehabilitative interventions. The telerehabilitation could be connected with occupational therapy, speech therapy, cognitive rehabilitation, robotic rehabilitation, and the others. And it's very important also to speak about different companies which are connected with telerehabilitation and with virtual reality. I had opportunity to visit these two companies, and I have seen how often they use it in Sheba Medical Center for rehabilitation. The Center of Advanced Technologies in Rehabilitation is also a very big basis for research in rehabilitation, which is needed not only in Czech Republic, where our research is on a low level until now, but I think that the whole branch of rehabilitation medicine needs to have more research, because many of our methods are not evidence-based, and if we want to work with telerehabilitation, so we need big cohorts of patients, and so I think that even cooperation in this branch is very important. Here is a very special system in Sheba for rehabilitation of gait and rehabilitation of paraplegic patients. It's computer-assisted rehabilitation environment. It's really very specific system of virtual reality to work with patients with some disabilities. So possible cooperation. I think there are different branches for cooperation. One part could be rehabilitation of upper limb, because you need some small device to be at home of our patients, and you must tell them that it's very important to do rehabilitation every day, several times a day, because the success is connected just with this very intensive rehabilitation of upper limbs. So it will be very nice to have some small technical aids which could have the patient at home, and he will use it, and there could be, for example, some sensors to tell him whether the strength of the hand is okay or whether he is doing good movements, and we can then tell him how to do it and where are the mistakes and so on. So one big opportunity is rehabilitation of upper limb with some small technical devices. Then there is a rehabilitation of balance and gait. It is more connected with some bigger machines, but also some very usual devices could be used, for example, Kinect or something like that. And again, we are here to tell the patient what to do, correct him, and speak with him by means of telerehabilitation. Where telerehabilitation has a very good basis is speech therapy, and I have seen a lot of programs for speech therapy in Sheba, and I think that it will be very good to have it also in Czech Republic, because many patients have quite a long way to speech therapists. So I think it will be another point for cooperation. And what is very important is rehabilitation of cognitive functions. And again, here in Czech Republic, we have a lack of possibilities to do cognitive rehabilitation. So it would be very useful to have some programs which are usually used in Sheba, which I have seen. So there are several possibilities how to cooperate. The next speaker will be Professor Štěpánková. We were cooperating some years ago, and we are thinking about some small technical devices for patients after strokes or brain injuries for rehabilitation of the upper limb. And I think she will speak about it. And I think that these small technical devices for home rehabilitation with some, for example, pressure sensors to see the recovery process of the upper limb will be very helpful. What is also very helpful for the patients is biofeedback. So these devices could be connected with computers, and the patient will see how he is doing, and we can control it. So these were the most important examples, and what is very important for us are these multi-center studies to set up guidelines in telerehabilitation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Anger, thank you very much for detailing the concrete subjects and technologies that could be basis for collaboration between Sheba and the hospital in Prague. And actually, as we are behind the schedule a little bit, I would like to immediately invite Professor Štěpánková, you mentioned in your presentation, to deliver her presentation on possible technologies to be used as telemedicine means in assistive healthcare. Professor Štěpánková, you are invited to speak.
Okay, so I can just highlight the fact that I am most grateful to all speakers who have mentioned already advances of Czech Technical University during the COVID crisis, because we have been really very, very eager to find out what we can do to help, and we did our best to utilize the opportunities which big cooperation at the Czech Technical University offers us, because Czech Technical University has rich amount of different faculties that offer clear cooperation between between electrotechnical faculty of informatics, biomedical engineering, and education, and of course some institutes of Czech Technical Universities which are very helpful, because we have common background and share quite a lot of students who can cooperate on interesting topics. So the result of the huge cooperation during the first part of the COVID crisis has been that of producing one of the important products which have been very important from the point of view of Czech Republic, namely ventilator, which was very quickly built from the experience of former experience, and succeeded to produce a ventilator that has been within few months considered as a accredited medical device, and now it can be used quite naturally within the hospital environment. There has been created also a respirator, which was also very quickly produced, and because it offers novel personal protective environment equipment, which can be also disinfected and provides much bigger safety than usual masks. So it was also welcomed with real success. What is really important, next slide please, is that we understand that cooperation between different universities and between different disciplines is most important. And next slide please. We have mentioned already, the ventilator Corovent, which was very successful and which can be found on the webpage of the university. And of course, further, we have very similar views on the use of telemedicine as those which have been presented. It was most impressive to listen to the description of the hybrid hospital, which was provided by Professor Zimlichmann, because it is exactly the view which we now perceive as most important. Because, of course, we understand that the classical telemedicine, like telecounseling, telemonitoring, and monitoring and mentoring are the basis. But of course, what seems to bring additional strengths to the possibility of use of tele-devices, teleconnection, is telerehabilitation and telepresence. Telepresence proves to be most important in ensuring patients' quality of life. But now, within recent weeks, we have learned also that telepresence is most important also from the point of view of medical doctors, because there are few medical devices that are necessary at the COVID wards, but unfortunately they are not within the e-health record of the hospital, and in order to watch their output, it's necessary to be there. And of course, this is exactly the topic which might be somehow simplified by the telemedicine, and now another team of Czech Technical University is working on mediating this or using this sort of telepresence in order to help expert COVID's medical doctor to help fine-tune setting of some of these devices in order to match actual needs of the patient. What is an important issue is that a novel approach to telemedicine, of course, offers also or highlights the need for personalization. And so the solutions have to be personalized both to the patient and, of course, also targeted to the specific target group which and topic which has to be covered within telemedicine system. So that's why we believe that it is most important to pay attention to possible cooperation and specific skills each of the team working in the cooperation can offer in order to match the needs of specific type of target groups. So I will just highlight only few of our former experiences that can somehow indicate what are our strengths and how we could participate in the development together with the other partners of the different institutions, and of course there we are offering some of our services. So what we can I will talk first of all about the Czech Institute for Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics, which is one of the most recent institutes established at the Czech Technical University as a sort of a environment offering rich cooperation between multidisciplinary approaches. And of course, it offers a great resource of knowledge from the point of view of different modern disciplines, starting from informatics, robotics, cybernetics, artificial intelligence. And that's why it's also established two research teams dedicated to biomedical engineering and applications within that context. Of course, our teams have solid backgrounds in signal processing, artificial intelligence, database systems, and these both teams have a great chance to cooperate with the other teams at the same institution and within the faculties all over the Czech Tech to provide a solution which might be of true help to the others. So that's why we can now, next please. We are trying to provide solutions which might help in different contexts, starting from cardiology, neurology, further on, please. Next slide. We benefit also from very rich background knowledge related to image processing, and we are searching for new ways how to identify early warnings about different problems. Very interesting applications have been developed in cooperation with hospital in Brno. These are again some of these sensors which we are using in a different way in order to create as much of information or collect as much of information about the target application, which was here well-being of a fetus before delivery. We had a chance also to find some possible cooperation with Israeli partners already, and we are proud to have this chance. Next, please. So we built on a SHAFE, which was also mentioned already, and also we benefit from using some machine learning methods in context of enhancing robotic physiotherapeutic treatments. So we are very grateful that we have these chances of cooperation with medical domain, and of course it's great that there are so many medical doctors like Dr. Angerova who are open to this idea of cooperation, and we hope to have the chance to proceed with many of them as well. Thank you for listening.
Professor Štěpánko, thank you very much indeed for providing concrete examples of collaboration between the Czech and Israeli partners. In the meantime, I have received a question addressed to Dr. Eyal Zimlichman. I'm not sure whether everybody can see it, so I will read it out. If you could explain how did you manage COVID departments during the crisis? Did you have to train your staff or to understand the technologies? I believe that the question is related to the tent you described. Dr. Eyal Zimlichman, can you answer to this question?
Sure, of course. Thank you for the question. Of course, that's one of the major challenges, as we came into this pandemic, staff members are not always capable to work with the technologies, especially the new technologies we've been using. And we've been actually implementing in our simulation center a smart room with all the new technology that was used for COVID, whether it's the communication tools, the monitoring tools, the title care, for example. And we've brought in our staff members into the simulation center to go through simulated training in different scenarios inside this environment. So this was specifically used to train the staff on the new technology. But other than that, most of our staff who were going through training to use ventilator machines and just better understanding of intensive care principles and so on. That was the biggest effort, of course, because we had to take much of our internal medicine staff to go through intensive medicine training and so on. Also using simulation, we broke them into teams, and the teams came and worked through the simulation center. That was active almost 24 hours a day, in some of the times, 7 days a week, as we try to get as many of our staff trained through the system. Another technology we've used that is worth mentioning is the HoloLens by Microsoft, the HoloLens 2, which is now one of the most advanced augmented reality technology in the world. We were the first hospital outside of the US to actually use this technology. It just came out from Microsoft. And there are programs that allow you to use telepresence, so that when you have a staff member who is inside a COVID unit, for example, and needs to operate a ventilator machine, and there's some problems and he doesn't know how to activate it, he puts on the HoloLens glasses, and then a technician obviously in a back room can guide him through what he needs to do on the technology using augmented reality. So he sees the arrows and the instructions pointing to different areas on the ventilator machine. So using telepresence with our technical teams for ventilators and IV pumps and so on, helped us to prevent other staff members from walking into the infected area. So I think these are the more innovative stuff that we were doing, both on the artificial intelligence side and also using simulation for the new technology for telemedicine.
Thank you very much. As I don't see any questions at the moment, I would like to wrap up this session. I believe it has been a very productive one. We have touched upon on a number of issues, beginning with the, I would say, quite eloquent analysis on the possible mismatch between the needs and actually what's going on in terms of new entrepreneurs addressing their new technologies. We also actually at the same time provided some examples of these new technologies, especially in the relations of Czech-Israeli collaboration. That were a number of projects was mentioned. For me, it was very important to actually hear a lot about the necessity to understand each other, to collaborate with each other, with all the stakeholders, the clinicians, the innovators, researchers, as this is the only path to ensure that everyone is on board. And for sure, the issue of the security of the data, the cyber security that was also mentioned. I would like to thank all of you for excellent presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to more or less observing the time limits, and I believe that it has been a productive discussion for our future collaboration. Thank you once again.
Thank you. I think that our session, which is a little more focused on the knowledge and technology transfer, will follow what we have discussed, because I wrote down that most of the speakers mentioned the multidisciplinary approach and international cooperation. So here we will just start immediately with Professor Varda Lieberman, who will speak about leveraging the Israeli ecosystem to build a global healthcare innovation program. And from the debates we have had so far, it seems that the Czech medical doctors, Czech IT, and the engineers could very well fit into the, let's say, enlarged ecosystem for the future healthcare. So Varda, please, floor is yours.
I want to thank you for inviting me. It was an excellent day. I enjoyed it. I was attending most of it. In fact, it kind of made the flow for my presentation. And so we spoke all day today about the transformation and the redesign that healthcare systems are going through the world. And the global health care industry, in fact, worth $10.5 trillion, which means that this is a huge opportunity for the economy of states, investors, and researchers. Now, for that transformation, we are going to really need a new type of leaders, and it should be people who desire to lead and have the passion to innovate. And most importantly, they should really include all the key players of the healthcare ecosystems. It should be not just physicians, but also engineers, entrepreneurs, investors, advisors, lawyers, researchers, people coming from the biomedicine, pharma, high-tech, etc., which we saw all day today. Now, why is that? It's clear to all of us, but let me just say very briefly that when we used to have the entrepreneur who was kind of moving forward without stopping to see, to let anything stop him, when it came to healthcare, they really didn't know how many limitations they would face, like, regulation that apply. When you deal with people, it's, what works for pigs and mice won't work for people, etc., etc. On the other hand, the physicians, they didn't even know what's going on the other side, what entrepreneurs are doing and what technology is doing for them, what can do. They didn't even dare dreaming about what can be done for their benefits. So there was a huge gap, and in fact, we thought that we should bridge over this gap. And so 4 years ago, we identified this need, and we joined forces. When I say we, it's the Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya, Israel. It's the first and only private university, very prestigious and very well known. And we joined forces with Sheba Medical Center, which you heard so much about it today. So I don't need to speak about them anymore. And Sheba, together with us, really came up with a unique and quite one of its kind MBA Healthcare Innovation Program. In this program, I'm heading the program, and with me, I'm so privileged to have Dr. Zimmerman, who we just aired, and the Director General of the Sheba Medical Center, Professor Itzhak Price. And we together lead this unique program. Let me just speak a bit about the program and then connect it to what we spoke about all day. So the program, in a glance, is a 1-year international program taught in English. We cover 3 core areas. We teach business administration, so people acquire MBA. We teach healthcare management, and we teach innovation and entrepreneurship. Now, what's really unique about the program is that parallel to the studies, along the whole year, students participate in a hands-on practicum in innovation and entrepreneurship. And in the end, we go for a 1-week study trip to the Silicon Valley and Stanford University to get to know the ecosystem there. Now, as I mentioned, the practicum is our unique part, and it has 2 tracks. We have the process innovation and the product innovation. In the process innovation, students really join an existing company or organization in the Israeli healthcare industry. They join in teams of up to 4 people, and they identify a challenge or a pain, a real pain, and that the organization is facing, and together as a group, they offer a solution. And I have to mention that, on our side, we have a group of mentors that escort them, and on the other side, we have someone from the organization who also help them on their side. And the product innovation, it's a chance for students to really kind of take an idea and develop it up to a product. And we have several startups that came up from this program, so it's quite unique. We are very proud of it. Now, the collaboration with Sheba starts with ARC, which you just heard about. So our students do their practicum at ARC, at the Innovation Center, which they have, as Eyal mentioned, 6 different hubs. But these are not the only organizations. We really cover all the Israeli healthcare industry. So we work with the HMOs, the different HMOs. We work not just with Sheba, but with other hospitals as well. We work with venture capitals. We work with startup companies. So Zebra, you heard before. You heard about Healthy.O. You heard about several during the day. And so by the way, we just heard about Early Sense. So this is also on our list. So really, we work with many organizations. And the program made a name and became very prestigious and one of its kind. And it's really about healthcare innovation. It attracted top-notch professionals as students, as well as top-notch professors from Ivy League universities that come to teach in our program, and from the Israeli industry as well. So just a glimpse in the, on the name. So we have the Dr. Ariel Forer. He's from the military, and he was the one who created and also lead the innovation at the IDF Medical Corps. Professor Gal Merkel from Sheba, he's a star and he's the head of the ELA Institute. We have Professor Jacob Korach, director of the gynecology, oncology, Tal Patalon, etc. And not just physicians. So it's important to say that, the students come from all different professions. We have from Teva, we have from, we have engineers, we have, and also we have, of course, people that come from overseas, as being international. So we have from Vietnam, from Portugal, China, India, US, and many more. The professors, of course, on top of the excellent professors that we have at the IDC, we have people that come from Ivy League universities. So we have from Boston and from Harvard and from Stanford and so on and so forth. From the industry, we have Ellen Tenenbeck, who is the Chief Medical Officer of Johnson & Johnson. We have Dr. Jeremy Levine, who was the chairman of Teva, the chairman and CEO of Teva, and now he's the CEO of Ovid Therapeutic Industry. We have Eyal Gura, you have heard his name from Zebra. We have Jonathan Adiri, who is coming from healthy.io. Yuval Ofek, the chairman and co-founder of Day2. So all these names you heard this today, and all of them come to either teach a course or be as a guest lecturers. So the students are really kind of exposed to all the areas, to the industry as well as other universities. Now, it is important to say that we put together people from all the different areas. So we have engineers, as I mentioned, engineers and the entrepreneurs, of course, and people that come from the pharma and lawyers and so on and so forth. And together they create and all this was like, we started it like 4 years ago, and this year, this coming November, we start with a class with cohort number 3. And now, just recently, we had Corona, lost my screen. But then came COVID-19, and urgent needs and challenges were introduced, and all players in the ecosystem, in the Israeli ecosystem, I'm not talking about the program, really joined hands to bring innovative solutions together. So our vision, when we created this healthcare MBA, really aired its proof of concept by what happened in Israel. Because what happened is that really military intelligence, engineers, entrepreneurs, AI people, all together with healthcare system, the people joined forces to bring, so when in everyday life, when there is a need, there are many other things that stop people from collaboration. So it's either being too busy or not being able to speak the same language or egos or whatever. Now, when there is a need, like the coronavirus presented us with, all of a sudden, people put aside all the other. So in Israel, for example, we got all the amazing technological ability of military people that put aside everything else that they do in their everyday life, which is very important in Israel, and just came along and joined hands and forces with the healthcare system together. And in fact, this is an example in ARC, and Eyal probably can add, the military came and all, in fact, they set a base there and worked together with Sheba to bring solutions to the needs. Our students, for example, they joined forces with ARC and with Intel Mobileye, and together they came up with a dashboard to offer a kind of let's say, control room to control for all the corona department in the hospital. So you can see that when you when you join forces of both medical staff, together with AI people, together with managers, together with all the other engineers, etc., you come up with a much better solution. So, if to summarize, the need produced really collaboration that advanced innovation. Dozens of investors were developed, inventions were developed, just as the Israeli ambassador and other speakers today mentioned along the day in their talks. COVID-19 really, I feel, advanced us like 10, 20 years ahead. And we now have just to make sure these kind of collaborations continue. Our mission is really to continue training and preparing all relevant players in the ecosystem to work together in order to advance in innovation in the healthcare industry. So I want to thank you and happy to answer.
We got very interesting impressions. You introduced us to the Israeli ecosystem, and slowly we started to develop our own contribution to this field. We already heard Antonín Hlavinka speaking about the telemedicine solution in the University Hospital from Olomouc. Now I would like to ask the technicians from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open the file with the speech of Professor Havlík, who is the CEO of the University Hospital, and he will introduce us in his presentation the currently developing ecosystem for the healthcare innovation in Olomouc. We just get many inspiration from the partners who speaks today and from the Czech-Israeli Innovation Day in Olomouc, which happened in November. And so please.
University Hospital in Olomouc has got more than 1,200 beds, employs 4,200 people. Among them, there is 930 medical doctors. We have more than 50 specialties. It means clinics, and we provide more than 24,000 operations. Per year we have more than 60,000 inpatients, and we treat more than 1 million outpatients per year. Our goal is to have fully digitalized, paperless processes, which will be simple, and in the future we want to use artificial intelligence for diagnostic, for evaluation of the treatment, and to simplify processes. To reach this goal, we are involved in different activities. One among them is establishment of the National eHealth Center. It was established in our hospital more than 8 years ago, and is the first center in the Czech Republic that comprehensively focused on the implementation of clinical research activities in the field of telemedicine. And this is also the coordination center and education center within this new rapidly developing branch of medicine, which is e-health. Another activity is scientific research that is produced within this e-health center, and we are involved in many national and European projects in the field of telemedicine, and among them there is project SHAPE. It's a smart and healthy aging through people engaging supportive system. Basically, it's a cooperation between the healthcare and the social system to provide the best option for elderly people. Another project is development of an integrated concept for the deployment of innovative technologies, and services allowing independent living of frail elderly. The name of the project is Knife Life, and it's basically involvement of the modern digital technologies to monitor elderly people, to provide them acute care, and enable for them the elderly part of their lives. Another project is implementation of personalized risk prediction and prevention of sudden cardiac death after myocardial infarction. It's a project called ProFight, and it's basically telemonitoring of the cardiac functions in the risk population after myocardial infarction. And for example, another activity of our telemedicine center is the joint action on the implementation of digitally enabled integrated person-centered care. So it's JADE Care is the name of the project, and basically it's personalized medicine via using the new technologies. Another activity which we are pushing to reach our goal, have fully digitalized and paperless organization, is the implementation of the communication and integration platform of the Olomouc region. Basically, our hospital wants to change the philosophy of the IT systems in our hospital. We would like to integrate integration platform which will integrate all the processes within the hospital. The healthcare information system will be one access of this information integration platform, and this architecture will enable to connect all the Mid-Moravian region, all the hospitals, all the physicians, will allow the distant access for our patients, and basically will be the robust system to build a paperless hospital and processes. Another activity which we are supporting and we are involved in is the initiation of the Digital Innovation Hub, which is an ecosystem that serves as a contact point for several supportive services for small and medium companies with focus on healthcare in the region and beyond. It enables access to knowledge, technology, prototype solutions, and testing devices, as well as the involvement of the innovative ecosystems in the region. We believe that digitalization is also a future for our region, for the small businesses, it's a big opportunity for the university, which is also main partner in these activities. The other partners are the Innovation Center of the Olomouc region and other hospitals, including Agel Group and Tomáš Bata Hospital in Zlín. Another activities are education of our staff, education of medical students and nurses, and basically what I personally believe that perfection is not achieved by adding something else, but is achieved by the status when there is nothing to take away. And in conclusion, I would like to stress out again that the digitalization is our priority, and our hospital has a strategy, goal, and concrete steps which we are going to do to achieve this goal. Thank you for your attention.
University Hospital from Olomouc. It's a really strong partner of the know-how transfer between the Czech Republic and Israel. And we will see if we will find in the future some areas where we could develop some comparative advantage. Allow me to invite Dr. Jaromír Zahradka, who is founder and CEO of an institution which is specialized on commercialization of the scientific findings. He will speak about the new dynamics in startups, development in biotech and healthcare.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here and to have a chance to speak here in this forum. Today I would like to say a few words about the INI Prague and Biotech Incubator and about startups and the development of startups in let's say, Central Europe and in Czech Republic and in other countries in the field of biotech and healthcare, which is very, very special field, which is a bit demanding, and to speak honestly, we are somehow at the beginning, and we are doing our best to be able to spin out the best of the technologies which are developed at the institutions in this region. Before I start, I would like just to show that startups are great tools actually to fight with the crisis or to be able to work flexible and develop novel and unique solutions. So actually, this is the crisis hackathon results, and two companies which belong to our portfolio won the first and third place. So they were first and third in 200 other projects in the Hack the Crisis Challenge. One is doing the testing, the second one developed the mask with antimicrobial active properties. So we are a biotech incubator. We are working with many institutions and universities here in Czech Republic and as well outside of Czech Republic in the Central Europe region. We are covering a lot of projects now. We are active in more than 6 countries. More than 100 projects has been reviewed, and mostly we focused on drug discovery, diagnostics, and mass tech. And actually, what we are doing is really early phase incubation of the projects, which has a good quality, which has a good chance to be successful as a spin-off. And we are covering the pre-seed phase. We are helping with seeding of these companies and with financing of the companies over the seed phase and Series A. So we are not only an incubator, but we can work as well as a co-investor, and we already invested more than 1.5 million euros in startups, which have been supported by us. And so among those, some of them are as well in the telemedicine and digital health area. Mostly I would like to speak about the development of the startups, which is very a crucial part for let's say development of the environment, because only startup can do such a thing. Not only the projects which are on the institution or inside the institution. Those projects are of course usually very good. However, they are not so much flexible to be scaled up and then be successful in international environment. So INI Prague is owned by the IOCD Institute. It's Institute of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry, which is famous thanks to the success story of Gilead with the tenofovir, which is an HIV, anti-HIV therapy drug, which is a blockbuster. And this story started many, many years ago, but it's still fruitful for the IOCD and for the Gilead and for the patients as well. And just to speak not only about this story, there are many other projects which originated at the IOCD and marketed later in drug discovery field. But nowadays we already have success stories in diagnostics and in other fields of the healthcare. So this is simply how the basic research can be quickly transferred to the companies, and after years of development, then the drug is on the market. And this is something which is given to us by our owner, by IOCD, Prague to support these processes and to use the money which has been generated by these success stories for support of further success stories in future. So IOCD and us, we are very active in collaboration with many partners, including as well partners from Israel. Very important partner is the Weizmann Institute for IOCD. So among others, here you can see joined Prague Weizmann Winter School on the discovery, which has been started several years ago already, and it has been organized, or it's usually organized 1 year in Israel and 1 year in Prague. The last one was in September 2019, so we hope we will be able to organize another year of this summer school soon after the coronavirus it's gone, hopefully. So INI Prague is actually the second subsidiary or daughter company of the IOCD. So IOCD is a public research institute doing the basic research in organic chemistry, biochemistry, and other fields. And the IOCD Tech, it's a tech transfer office, is one of the most successful tech transfer offices in the region. And we are the third member of a family. We are like 3 years old, daughter of a daughter, and we are focusing investment and integration of the startups. So this is our team. So we are 6 people now. We have many part-time collaborators. So our focus is, or our goal is to be a smart investor, smart money. So we are looking in the projects on technological part of the project. So we are really looking in the scientific papers as well as in the patents, and we are trying to search and find the best projects which are having some exceptional quality in the international level, something which is unique, which is scalable, and which can be then successful as well outside of the region. So for those reasons, most of my colleagues are educated in the field of life sciences or biochemistry, biotechnology, or other relevant fields. So we are supporting projects from the early phase. So we are working with scientists, we are working with local tech transfer offices, we are writing down business plans with some of the projects, which is not possible for all of them. And the best of the projects which are somehow evaluated in our hands can be supported by first investment from our side. We are usually investing 200,000 euros after the approval of the investment board. Then we search for co-investors. Like recently, the recent startup that has been established is a German startup Pediatrek with the Fraunhofer Institute, and we invested 200,000 euros, and the startup raised 3 million in total in the round. And then there is some integration, and after that, some exit, acquisition, out licensing, or whatever, and the field has been mentioned. So this is actually our answer, that there are not so much investors focused on life sciences. So we try to fill this gap, and you can say if we are successful or not. So currently we already reviewed more than 117 projects. Around 60% are coming from the Czech Republic. However, we are now getting more and more attractive for the startups from Germany, Austria, Poland, Slovakia, and as well some US projects are coming to us applying for our support. You see the numbers of the projects are growing. So it means that the environment is developing, that we are, not only us, but the society, but the Czech Republic is successful in fostering development of startups. So more and more projects are starting to think about to be spinned off from the academic institutions. And as you see, we already have, actually there are 7 here, but we have 8 startups with our equity position. Dresden is a US one, the other are Czech, Pediatrek is a German, in various fields. None of them actually is in the telemedicine or digital health. However, let's say 10-15% of the projects which are applying for our support are in that field, and we are not restricted not to do that field. However, we have no chance to do some investment right now. So this is actually our, again, the numbers. So you see that only a limited number, like 10% of the projects which are coming to us can be then effectively invested. And we are developing a portfolio of projects in various fields, drug discovery, diagnostics, medtech, research to develop a portfolio which is diversified, which should somehow help INI to be sustainable for many years. And we are somehow trying to be the hub. We are a hub for the investors who are searching for projects. We are a hub for scientists and tech transfer offices from universities and institutions to come to us and discuss their project to be invested or what to do with that, actually be evaluated. So just a brief overview or brief, let's say, screenshot describing our perspective of the Czech institutions. So you see some numbers of the projects which has been already discussed. We have some predictions how many projects could be discussed in future. So in Czech Republic, the field is quite broad, and there are many great scientists. The quality of research is growing. A lot of projects are out-licensed or spin it out already. So there is a way to go. However, I have to say that the combination of the traditional institutions and digital health, like you have a biochemical institute or biomedicine institute doing the digital health, it's not so common by now. Exceptions you heard here from the Czech Technical University or other institutions, hospitals. So it's somehow emerging topic for the Czech Republic. And then we see that many projects are somehow on the way, coming slowly to apply for our support. So that's it from my side. So if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Questions at the end, because we are, we have to run. There is next speaker. It's Dudy Klein, the former head of Ventures and Innovation Division at Asuta Medical Hospital. He will speak about the, how the innovations are integrated into the healthcare and share with us the Asuta Medical Center experience. Dudy Klein visited Olomouc last year, and he participated at the event of the University Hospital in Olomouc. So he's not new to the Czech lands, and please, Dudy, floor is yours.
So I will briefly, I will give you a short, first of all, thank you for the opportunity, and I will give you a brief overview of the vision that we had in Asuta in my previous role as the head of Ventures and Innovation. And I will shortly describe about Asuta, about the Ventures and Innovation Division and the Alive Fund that I'm one of the co-founders and managing partners. The main concept is, again, is how to create or how to accelerate innovation throughout the healthcare system. So about a few words about Asuta, and I will try to keep up to less than 10 minutes. Asuta is the largest private hospital network in Israel. We have 8 hospital and medical centers from the north to the south. We have few centers of excellence. One of them is diagnostics. We do more than 1 million samplings or cases per year. Oncology, of course. Surgery, we do more than 100,000 procedures per year. Just to give you an analysis on the number, if you take the 3 largest private hospitals in Israel, in the center of Israel, amazing hospital, but if you take the 3 of them, which is Ichilov, Sheba, and Cornerstone, all together they do less than what we are doing in 1 year. IVF, in vitro fertilization, we are the 3rd in the world, number of cycles. So we have a lot of not only quantity, but also it reflects automatically on the quality and excellence. And we see more than 1.2 million people or patients per year. And in a second, I will dive into the rationale behind the Ventures Innovation Division. So of course, everything is under the digitized. So everything, we are paperless totally. EMR, LIS, RIS, PACS, everything is digitized. So we have access to the data, everything is centralized. and we have access to everything, and we can do analysis and we can do research on that, and of course we can do in-depth understanding of the economics and not only on the clinical impact. So when we envisioned, or when we created Professor Shamis, who was also the CEO of Asuta Medical Centers, the Ventures Innovation Division, we understood that if we would like to predict the future, we have to create it. And then we created the Ventures Innovation model, which is combined of 4 pillars. The first, and I will briefly go on them. The first one is the startups. I will dive into it in one sentence afterwards. The strategic partnership, governmental funding, and last but not least is the Alive Fund. So if you talk about, we talk about the startups, we created a model that startup companies in different phases can actually look at, and this is a very partial list, can actually look at Asuta, and not only Asuta, but also Macabee, the HMO, can look as not only as a site for clinical trial, and not only as a potential buyer or potential customer, but also as a partner and a design partner actually to develop and create their own product. So actually, in few of the companies here, for example, Imagix and Agamon and iDoc and others, and Qs and others, they actually we developed a model, a business model, that we do not only give them the data, but we also give them actually a champion from inside Asuta. It could be a clinical, it could be a business champion, it could be both. We give them access to data. We give them the ability to do piloting and develop the product with Asuta, which is actually at that point of time, or at the beginning at least, we are actually acting as a product manager of the company from the customer side. And then throughout the process, they go through clinical trials and business analysis and so on and so forth. So this is one pillar of it. The second is the strategic partnership, and if I will, later on I will zoom out, you will understand the whole theme of it, is actually we have a few different type of partners. We have, of course, providers such as Mayo Clinic or Caribbean Clinic in the US, but not only, we have partners also in the East now and in the UK, and we always look for new partners and collaborations. We have the big medtech companies such as Siemens, Medtronic, and Philips. We have tech companies such as Google, Microsoft, and IBM, and of course we have insurance companies and universities. So we cover the whole sphere. And again, if I will jump in a little bit to the fly of an eagle, then you will understand that we are trying to create here an ecosystem that no matter what you are, you can be a university, you can be a tech company, you can be a small startup, you could be a startup starting its revenues, whatever. You actually have a point of entry to work with Asuta, and you can do things with Asuta. From governmental funding, as you probably know, there's a lot of funding throughout the government. In Israel, we have the Innovation Authority that's doing an amazing job here. And I think it's worthwhile in your next conferences to have someone from the Innovation Authority, if you haven't heard, to understand the model and how it works. I think it's worthwhile. Of course, the Ministry of Health and other funds or budgets. And of course, you have a bilateral fund such as the BIRD or the Horizon 2020. And again, the whole ecosystem is we're looking again horizontally and looking if we can find a university and they can find a big tech company and we can find 2 startups, then we can create consortium or create projects that can actually apply to funding like that, and again to help and to accelerate the ecosystem. The last part of it, which is actually, I call it the magnet of everything, is the Alive Fund. Now the Alive Fund is actually an ecosystem that's it's a pure VC. It's an independent VC that has a partnership agreement and a collaboration agreement between Asuta and Macabee, which is Asuta I just spoke. Macabee is the second largest HMO in Israel. It has a agreement and partnership with Caribbean Clinic, which is the second largest provider in Virginia, USA. with 200 hospitals and clinics. It has financial partnership with Leumi Bank, which is the largest bank in Israel, and CBG Group, which is a private equity group from UK. And altogether, we have $150 million health tech fund focusing on medical device and digital health, half-half, mostly, and looking at companies that is doing mainly mid to late stage. That means companies that already proven their technology and the product, and now going to the next leap, the next value creation. We were formed formally on July. We did one investment in August in a company named InnoValve, developing a new mitral valve. Second investment will be disclosed. We're signing, I think, tomorrow, so it will be disclosed about in 2 weeks from now. Third is a digital health investment. We're still negotiating, but we're looking at mature companies relatively, and with companies that we see an exit strategy in I would say 2 to 4 years. And the whole concept of that, and the reason that I call it magnet, because company always look for financing. So even though that they might be premature or too young to be validated by the Life Fund, they are starting a relationship with the Life Fund throughout the ecosystem and the innovation model of Asuta. So if I will jump, I will just go a quick overview. So if you would like to see the entire ecosystem, so you will see that from the beginning, we have actually some kind of an accelerator, in-house accelerator in Asuta. It's called A-Launch. We have the incubator of Macabee. It's called the eHealth Ventures, focusing on community and digital health under the Innovation Authority incubator program. They have an early stage fund that do follow-on investments on eHealth Ventures. We have a live, which has a funding of expansion in late stage companies already mature, and then we have used our own network to accelerate companies, put them into the market, and then make them qualified for an M&A or an IPO. Basically, that's it. I'm trying to just finish 9 minutes, so probably if you have questions, I will be able to do that later on.
Thank you. Stay with us for a while today. Thank you very much. So basically, your new position, the institution was created by whom? Who was the initiator of the Alive?
Again, please.
Who initiated the founding of the Alive?
Okay, so the concept of the Life Fund was actually by Professor Shamis and myself. He was the CEO of Asuta, and I was the head of innovation. We understood that we need to create a fund. We understood actually that we need to bring partners or to make the fund a totally independent fund that they can be actually valid for institutional investors. So we brought together two managing partners. Michel Habib had more than 25 years of experience in managing and investing funds in health tech companies, and Professor Rafael Biar, who was the CEO of Rambam Medical Center, and they were the external managing partners of the fund. And eventually, when the fund established, both Professor Shamis and myself, we moved out from Asuta. That was the original plan, and also joined the fund.
Okay, I see. Thank you. So we have the last presenter, who is David Steiner. He will tell us about the know-how transfer from Czech Republic to Israel, and from Israel to Czech Republic. So David, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Tomáš. I hope you can hear me. As we don't have much time, I will try to be fast. So I would like to give you an example of two projects that we are doing. One is the share of the technology from Israel to the Czech Republic, as we have seen quite a lot of presentations today, but also I would like to show a project how Czech company or Czech Republic can provide something to Israel, also software solution. So just briefly about us, we are a Czech software company based in Prague. that provides and is focused on the healthcare solutions for medicine. We provide quite a wide range of software solutions from EMR, hospital information systems, laboratory information systems, and these systems are currently also used in key hospitals fighting COVID-19. By the way, yesterday the Czech Ministry of Health, together with Czech Army, opened a field hospital in Latvia in Prague. That it's a reserve hospital for COVID-19 patients, and this hospital is using our electronic medical record. We also have products for blood banks and blood plasma centers, cardiology, pathology, and quite interesting area of our interest are transplant systems. And that's also an area where we have some key products that are used worldwide. In 2010, we have started to work with Telemedicine bone marrow registry in Israel. It's quite interesting institution. It's one of the biggest bone marrow donor registries in the world. It's even if it comes from quite a small country of the similar size as Czech Republic, this is the 5th largest registry worldwide after big countries. And one of the reasons of that is that it has very close cooperation with Israeli Defense Forces, and it recruits on a routine basis Israeli soldiers. Such registries are based in like main developed countries, and the reason is that when a patient that is in the need of bone marrow transplant or stem cell transplant, patients, for example, with leukemia or other blood diseases, need a donor, they need to get, and they don't find a donor in the family. They are looking for unrelated bone marrow donor, and for this reason, you need to have a genetically compatible donor, and for this reason, you are looking for the donors in your country, or like Jewish donors, for example, or donors of the same origin. Interestingly, since you have also 1 million or almost 1 million Arabic people in Israel, this registry has been for quite a long time one of the biggest Arabic registries in the world, because it gathered also potential Arabic stem cell donors. And since we cooperate also with other countries in the world, we try to establish some cooperation on the exchange of these stem cell grafts in between countries. So Telemedicine is a big registry. They facilitate quite a lot of transplants, thousands of transplants. Of course, in this period, the COVID-19 is the prevailing problem, so the transplant activity went down a little bit, but still, the other diseases are still like on the way, so we have to treat other diseases as well. So we started cooperation in 2010, and we provide them Czech software, our product Prometheus, that's used by Telemedicine bone marrow registry, and they use it to run the searches for Israeli and international patients in their national donor pool, consisting of 1 million donors at the moment. They also use the tool for the international cooperation between national hubs, like in the Czech Republic, we have a national hub in the Icahn Hospital and in the Plzeň Hospital. In Germany, there is also national registry. So the international cooperation between Telemedicine as an Israeli national hub and other registries in the world is done by our software. I also have to mention, because we have a presentation from Technical University, so greetings to Institute of Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics, because the algorithm, the search algorithm that's used by the system has been developed in cooperation with Czech Technical University in Prague and in the group of associated professor like Olska. We also did some bioinformatics research. This is quite a lot of interesting. This is quite interesting database that can be used also for studying like the needs of patients. So what donors should be recruited to the registry? How should we better help minorities and so on? So such a research has been done in 2017. We are extending the cooperation, and this year we also focus on other areas of their work and business processes. it's not only about the searching and international cooperation, but they have very interesting projects like how to do the donor recruitment, how to do it quickly and more efficiently, how to better communicate with donors remotely, and so how to speed up the workup process, because they have quite a lot of procedures for the workup and the provision of stem cell products to other countries in the world. And also the cooperation, unfortunately, we are unable to meet in person, but the cooperation works very well remotely. We have webinars, we have development in the Czech Republic, in Prague, and then we have input from our Israeli partner, and we also have a project like coming up, hopefully the project for the Hadassah Medical Center that has another donor base in Israel of stem cell donors. Okay, so that was an example of the transition of software or cooperation from Czech Republic to Israel. In the other direction, I would like to show you this project. That's the electronic medical record. We have heard quite a lot of inventions and e-health new things from Israel. But one of the key things that I think we are missing in the Czech Republic is a robust electronic medical record for the Czech hospitals. That's like a backbone of the hospitals that allows hospitals to link to the innovative solutions in the telemedicine, mobile devices, and so on. So we have started cooperation with Elat Health. That's the Israeli company that provides electronic medical record called Chameleon to 70% plus Israeli hospitals, including the large hospitals. In Israel, the hospitals can actually compose the hospital information system from different pieces. Actually, as Judy explained, they have a lot of components and pieces that they can integrate themselves. They are not dependent on the provider of the software products. And this is something that's very useful and very innovative in the Czech Republic. So this common system covers all the spectrums of the care, including inpatient, outpatient, daily care, inpatient wards, specialty units, and so on. I will quickly skip this and just go directly to the continuity of care or continuum of care is something that was also mentioned by Sheba, but in this case we need to focus on the hospital itself. The hospitals itself need to be connected together, like all aspects of the care from the beginning when the patient comes to the hospital till the end. So this integration is quite important as well. So the benefits of the Israeli electronic medical record solution for hospitals are, first of all, success in innovations, e-health, telemedicine. We have heard this during the day today. It's the paperless hospital, as mentioned also by some speakers before me. That's something that we can learn from. It's an open ecosystem, and as actually, for example, Judy explained, they have quite a lot of paperless solutions, and they are able to combine them themselves. So the open EMR that is open for integrations is very important. It's interoperability, as we have heard the speech from the Minister of Health regarding the standards and integration of devices and everything. So that's also very important, like to have everything, the data integrated, open for sharing and so on. And I have mentioned the vendor lock. So unlike in the Czech hospitals, where you have one main provider that does everything, and the hospitals have to pay for that, the Israel solutions are more combined from modules and components. I think that's very important. Enhancing security, we have heard there were several speeches about security and the web-based solution, including some private or public cloud option for deployment that would, of course, enhance security as well. So these are the main benefits that we can see in the solution, electronic medical record solution, and related projects that actually are linked to that, and many of these projects we have heard today during the day. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are almost on time. So David proved that even the small company from Czech Republic can bring useful software to the, to the country of e-health like Israel. I would like to, as I don't see any questions coming from the chat, I would like to ask all the speakers in my panel if they could briefly respond to when they see some space for cooperation between the Czech and Israeli experts or institutions. So Varda, can I start with you?
Hi.
So when we will have the Czech students in your program?
Yeah, so first of all, yeah, I'll be delighted. In fact, we are already promised to have from the Emerald the 2 students for next year. So by all means, do send. And of course, we are happy to collaborate with any institution. I heard that, the hospital has some collaboration both with the Sheba and with the even HIT. So obviously, we are happy to explore any collaboration that we can bring together by all means.
Thank you. Talking about the Sheba, the Professor Feltel, who is the head of the General University Hospital, was apologizing that he could not participate, but he is about to start cooperation, which will sort of add to the activities of Dr. Anderova. So Dudy, I see you. So what would you, now when you move to be alive, so how alive will be our relations?
So first of all, we're always happy to see companies from worldwide, and of course also Czech companies will be most acceptable, and we will be happy to explore them. And also would like to expand our partnership with the existing ecosystem in Czech Republic in order to to see more markets and more understanding of different markets that what we see all the time, which is mainly the US or UK markets.
What's about David? You spoke as the last one, but maybe you have still breath to add something.
Yeah, of course. So as I shown, especially the second project, we see the big opportunities in the Czech-Israel cooperation, taking the solutions we have heard today for the Czech hospitals, and we are developing several projects on this, and I hope and I'm sure such a cooperation will be successful.
Thank you very much. I got an email through the chat from Eitan Brisman. He's pointing out something what was not mentioned today. The Czech-Israeli cooperation has a great potential in the number of Israeli students studying in the Czech medical schools. So this is something what we can take as a special endowment for some successful cooperation in the future.
Thank you, all of you who have participated in the afternoon's deliberation. Possibly the time is right to wrap up our deliberations. I believe that we have had an exhaustive, but hopefully not exhausting debates on a very important topic, which is obviously e-health and the implementation of the digital technologies that should improve the healthcare and make it more user-friendly and accessible, as has been underlined by many speakers. During our deliberations, we have touched upon many issues, but let me try to put to your consideration some key messages as I actually sum up our discussions. I think it was a common feeling that the pandemic of COVID was a sudden blow and shock to our healthcare systems, but many underlined it. It should be understood rather as an opportunity as well. It's an opportunity to boost innovation in healthcare, and as an opportunity for the innovators to actually develop solutions to newly felt needs of the healthcare systems. So, and in responding to these needs, the innovation in healthcare in our countries could be the driver for the future growth. Second, I believe that it was a common agreement that the healthcare system obviously has been, especially in developed countries like Israel, and is undergoing and will be undergoing some major changes, even disruptive changes, and these will be brought about by implementation of digital technologies. However, it has been underlined by many that to actually tackle this opportunity, we have to observe to some principles or enablers, as was put forward by Dr. Applebaum. First of all, this is the issue of security, the security of medical records, of big data that are available within the system, and the security of communication, for example, in telemedicine. I believe that it was a common feeling that, and it was underlined by Rachel several times, that we need we have to ensure engagements of the key stakeholders, all of them, not only the innovators, but the clinicians, the administrative people working within the system, but lastly, but not least, the trust of the patients. The trust is the key. I think it was quite clear from the presentation that the digitization should be a complex approach. We should develop a new vision, and I think we have seen a number of quite interesting presentations in this regard. It's quite clear that our way forward is not actually developing some particular applications or the digital technologies only, but we have to address the needs of the system, because there seem to be quite a shocking mismatch between the actual needs of the system and the, I would say, offer by the development of the new technologies, as was underlined in one of the presentations. So we need a vision and a complex one, and we need a involvement of all the key stakeholders. I think what has been actually clear as a kind of silver thread through the Ferris presentation, that what actually is important from the point of view of Czech and Israeli bilateral collaboration is that in both countries there is a strong resource of knowledge and innovation in IT, cyber security, artificial intelligence, and obviously life sciences, all the key knowledge that is necessary for development of e-health. So there is a plenty of potential that could be matched. A number of presentations underline the importance of international cooperation. I think it was very encouraging that we have been presented with a number of examples of ongoing projects and partnerships between the Czech and the Israeli hospitals, research teams, innovators, universities. I think it's very promising for the future. And I think I should underline on my behalf that the diplomacy and on behalf obviously of our colleagues in Tel Aviv, that we are ready to support such partnerships. I think the word partnership is very important in this regard because of the nature of the healthcare innovation in itself, which is actually a long-term endeavor. So we really have to build any partnerships that is able to support this collaboration. And possibly I should mention as well what was quite important from my perspective as well was the exchange of best practices in terms of policy making, designing new policies that I believe we have we can learn a lot from each other. And possibly a specific point it was touched upon in the morning and at the end as well. I think we can look into the matter how to support mobility of students, young researchers, and all the experts between Israel and the Czech Republic, between the universities and researchers. Obviously, the situation enables. So for me, this was some of the key messages, and I wonder whether there are some comments on that. From Delana, from Tel Aviv, from our colleague, what would be her assessment or remarks?
Hello, from Tel Aviv. Hello, everybody. I was listening very carefully to the whole conference, and how you say in Hebrew, kol hakavod, I'm very impressed by all the speakers and the discussion that's been going on. And also, as someone who is originally from Olomouc, I must say I'm really touched by the level of how the ecosystem around the area of e-health developed over the last few years, especially over the last year. So it's been very impressive to listen to all of you. When it comes to us as the Czech Embassy here in Tel Aviv, we are diplomats, and I can probably speak on behalf of all my colleagues and also of the Israeli Embassy in Prague. We are here basically to facilitate and to help you with your needs. We are not the ones having the hospitals, we are not the ones who are startups, but if you approach us, we will try to find ways how to basically enable the collaboration. We will introduce you to the tools the both governments are providing in this regard. There are tools for Czech and Israeli companies to apply for joint R&D, as Dr. Ami Applebaum mentioned at the beginning. There are also Israel Innovation Authority is planning to have a pilot call open also to the Czech Republic in the area of health sometime in summer 2021, where basically hospitals, smart cities, and other actors can participate. So if you're interested in a collaboration with the Israelis at any level, please reach out, and it's always case by case. It's always basically a story to help you from your perspective and from your angle to deliver what do you need. But please do not hesitate to contact us, especially now in times of the corona, where I must mention that now the travel is really restricted between the two countries. As for now, foreigners can cross the Israeli borders, but we are here in Tel Aviv and we are ready to help you. Thank you very much to all of you.
Shalom Kulam, Dobrý všem. First of all, thank you very much for a very interesting day of presentations. My name is Eitan Brisbane. I'm a Vice Dean for Charles University, First Faculty of Medicine. We have more than 200 Israeli medical students at our faculty studying with us, and many more in our other faculties of Charles University. And we would greatly like to increase our cooperation and collaboration that we have with Israel, with our partners in Israel, in many areas of both research and technology. I'd be very keen if people from the presenters here and other companies would be interested in working with me on this and collaborating. So please contact me if you do.
Thank you very much for presentation, for the invitation. Thank you. So I believe the time is right for me to really share with you a big thank you to all of you for your participation. In my opinion, it has been a long day, but it has been a day of many fascinating and inspiring presentation, and I myself personally feel a lot encouraged in terms of the collaboration of the Czech researchers and innovation with their Israeli partners, and I think there is a lot of potential for the future. So with this, I would like to thank once again all of you and wish you a pleasant rest of the day, and hopefully we will meet quite soon in person and work on our innovative ideas to boost healthcare. Thank you very much once again.